Welcome back to Savage Harry, where today we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs yet. What if Harry Potter had every anime bloodline? Picture the boy who lived inheriting Uchiha eyes, a Saiyan tail, Quincy crosses, Hashira breathing and more, all crashing into Hogwarts at once. If you're as hyped as we are, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a Savage Harry drop. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Ashes in the Blood. The first sign that something was wrong with Harry Potter came on a Tuesday, which was, in hindsight, almost insulting. Tuesdays were supposed to be unremarkable. Tuesdays belonged to herbology and leftover Yorkshire pudding, and the slow, grinding tick of a Hogwarts clock that had been counting out the same hours for 1,000 years. Tuesdays were not supposed to split your world open. The defense against the dark arts classrooms smelled of chalk, cold stone, and the faint ozone tang of recently cast shields. Professor Roll paced at the front of the room with his hands behind his back, a lean man with pale hair tied at the nape of his neck and eyes the color of wet slate. He was new this year, handpicked by the ministry to restore rigor, and every student in Gryffindor had decided within 5 minutes that they hated him. "Mr. Potter," Roll said without looking up, "you will demonstrate." Harry pushed off the desk. Ron made a sympathetic noise under his breath. Hermione, a row ahead, turned just enough to give Harry a sharp, steadying look, the kind she'd been giving him since first year, the kind that said, "I see you, don't be stupid." "With whom, sir?" Harry asked. "With me." There was a small, delighted intake of breath from somewhere on the Slytherin side. Roll stepped down from the dais and flicked his wand, and the desks slid back against the walls in a clatter that sounded almost musical. The center of the room opened like a wound. "Shielding exercise," Roll said, still mild. "You will cast Protego, I will cast Stupefy. When your shield fails, the exercise ends. The rest of you will observe how a proper defense absorbs pressure rather than breaks under it." "Yes, sir." Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. He tightened his grip on the holly wand. "And Potter." Roll finally looked at him directly. His slate eyes were very still. "Do try not to embarrass your house. I have heard that you are gifted. I have yet to see evidence." Harry's jaw set. He felt the weight of the room settle on him. 50-odd pairs of eyes, Hermione's worry, Ron's quiet fury, Malfoy's thin smile from the back row. Something else, too. Something underneath the skin, like a pulse in the wrong rhythm. "Begin!" Roll moved. He was fast for a man who pretended to be bored. The first Stupefy came in low, angled for the stomach, a red shaft of light that cracked against Harry's shield and scattered in sparks. "Again!" The second was faster. Harry braced, and it skidded off his Protego like stones off a pond. "Pathetic angle, again!" The third was not Stupefy. It was a whip of green-tinged force that Harry only recognized in the instant before it hit. His shield shivered. A hairline crack of light raced across the surface of the spell like a spider's web. "Incorrect response," Roll said lightly. "You are thinking of shielding yourself. Shield the space. Again." Harry's teeth clicked together. Something in his chest tightened, not fear. Something under the fear, colder and older, like a second heartbeat that had been sleeping through his ribs and chosen just now to stir. A quiet voice in the back of his mind said, "Move." He moved. He didn't plan it. His feet shifted a half-step sideways on their own, his shoulders dropped, and the fourth spell, a proper Stupefy this time, brushed past his ear without touching his shield at all. He felt its heat comb his hair. Somebody gasped. Roll's head tilted a quarter inch. "Interesting. Sir?" "Nothing. Again." And then the fifth spell came, and the sixth, and the seventh, and Harry stopped counting. He was breathing through his teeth. His shield still held, but it was flickering around the edges like candlelight in a draft. And behind his eyes, something was building. It was pressure. That was the only word he could find for it. Pressure in the back of his skull, in the hollows beneath his cheekbones, behind his eyes as if someone had pushed a thumb against the bones of his orbital socket and was leaning gently into the ache. It was pressure, and it was heat, and it wanted out. "Potter!" Roll's voice had changed, sharper, close. Your shield is collapsing. It isn't, Harry said and didn't know why. Look at it. Harry looked. The shield was a mottled, shuddering thing, yes, but under it, between his wand hand and Roll's, something else had gathered. Something that didn't look like Pratigo. A faint lattice of blue-white light, like a net cast across the air, hanging where no spell he had ever cast should be hanging. Roll saw it. Roll went very, very still. Mr. Potter, the professor said, in a voice that wasn't bored at all anymore. What exactly did you intend to cast? Pratigo. Try again. The pressure behind Harry's eyes climbed. The world went, for one ragged breath, too sharp. He could see the grain of the flagstones. He could see a thread of dust turning in the air above Hermione's shoulder. He could see, absurdly, the individual hairs on the back of Roll's wand hand, and the tiny motion there that meant the man was about to cast again, and Harry's body was already leaning away before Roll's wrist moved. The stupefy went wide. Harry's own wand had lifted without his asking it to. The net of blue-white tightened. And then, from somewhere under his ribs and somewhere behind his eyes and somewhere he had no name for, a second presence spoke, not in words, in instinct. It spoke the way a hawk speaks to itself when it folds its wings and drops. He felt his vision change. It was like a lens sliding into place, a turn of gears deep inside his skull. The classroom sharpened into something more than sight. Every motion was a thread. He could see Roll's next spell in the man's shoulders before Roll had decided on it. He could see Hermione's breath catch. He could see the edge of his own hand, and the faint, red-orange flicker at the center of his own iris, reflected in the polished shield of a suit of armor across the room. A voice, his voice but not, said calmly in his head, 3 red spokes, left eye first. The right is still asleep. Potter, Roll's tone was flat. Stand down. I am standing down, sir. Then why, said Roll, are your eyes bleeding? There was a strange, hanging silence. Hermione was on her feet. Ron was on his feet. Malfoy had pushed back from his desk hard enough to scrape the legs. Harry touched under his eye with the back of his knuckle and came away with a smear of something that was not blood but was red, bright arterial red, a stain like melted wax on his skin that evaporated in the air and left nothing behind. Class dismissed, Roll said. No one moved. Now, Roll said, and the word came down like a hammer. Students moved. Bags were snatched up. Hermione stayed where she was. Ron, beside her, planted a hand on the edge of the desk and did not move. Potter, Roll said very softly, you and I will be having a conversation. No, sir, we won't, said Hermione. Her voice was shaking and she sounded, nevertheless, exactly like her mother did on parents' evenings. Professor Dumbledore will have that conversation. Come on, Harry. Roll did not argue. He watched them leave with a thin, thoughtful smile that wasn't a smile at all. Out in the corridor, Hermione's nails bit into Harry's sleeve. What was that? I don't know. Your eyes, Harry. I know. You didn't see what I saw. It was 3 red like spokes, like 3, Harry said dull. Yes, I know. Ron had gone white around the mouth. Mate, he said. He gestured vaguely at his own lower back. Your robe's got a hang on, is that? Harry turned his head. There was a weight on the lower half of him that he had not registered because, frankly, there had been a lot to register. A slow, heavy weight curled down behind him, and when he looked over his own shoulder, he saw, impossibly, a tail. A long, brown-furred, muscular tail, hanging through a small, clean tear in the back of his school robes, twitching once, experimentally, as if testing the air. Oh, Harry said. Oh, Ron agreed. Hermione made a high, strangled sound that was not quite a laugh. Right, we are going to Professor Dumbledore. Now, we are not stopping in the Great Hall. We are not stopping for tea, and Ronald Weasley, if you say one single word about any of this in front of Lavender Brown, I will hex you into next Christmas. Brilliant idea, Ron said meekly. Dumbledore, yes. Harry, put your hood up. I can see the tail moving on its own. I said put your hood up. They moved. The castle had never felt this long. Every turn of the staircase, every sliding portrait was a small eternity. Harry's eyes kept snapping into that strange, sharp state, and then out of it, like a camera focusing and losing focus. Each time it happened, the world split into threads of motion, a first year's fidget, the flap of a hem, the way a candle bent toward an open doorway. He could see too much. He kept having to look at the floor. The tail, meanwhile, had opinions. It coiled, uncoiled, flicked, and at one point, with absolutely no direction from Harry, wrapped itself lightly around the banister as they rounded a corner, as if steadying him. He stared at it. "That's not mine," he muttered. "Harry," Hermione said, "it's literally attached to you. That doesn't mean it's mine." "Cockroach clusters," Ron said firmly to the stone gargoyle. "Sorry, been that kind of afternoon." The gargoyle stepped aside. Albus Dumbledore was at his desk with his sleeves rolled up in ink on his fingers, sorting small silver instruments into a velvet-lined box. He looked up as the three of them spilled into his office, and for a heartbeat his face did something Harry had never seen it do before. It went utterly blank. It was the face of a very old man seeing a very old ghost. Then the smile came back. It was, if anything, a little too careful. "Ah," Dumbledore said. "I wondered when this would be." "Sir," Hermione began, and then visibly threw out whatever careful opening she had been preparing. "Sir, Harry has a tail." "Yes." "And his eyes, there were. Yes." "And there was a kind of a net of light." "Miss Granger." Dumbledore set down the instrument in his hand. "Sit, all three of you. I'm afraid I owe Harry a rather old apology, and it will be easier to make if no one is standing." They sat. Fawkes, on his perch, rustled once and went still. The portraits of previous headmasters leaned forward in their frames. Phineas Nigellus Black said, "Oh, this should be interesting," and was shushed so hard by a neighboring frame that his hat fell off. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "what do you know about your mother's family?" "Nothing. Aunt Petunia, my grandparents are dead, that's it." "And your father's?" "James's parents were old. That's all I ever." Dumbledore studied him a long moment. "Tell me, my boy, when you shielded yourself today, did anything speak to you? Not aloud, underneath." Harry opened his mouth and closed it. "How did you?" "I did not, I guessed. There are certain signs, and yours are legible. To the right pair of old eyes, at any rate." Dumbledore sighed and steepled his fingers. "Very well, Harry, there is a reason I never let you ask too closely after your lineage." It was not shame and it was not distrust. It was a small, desperate hope that it would never become necessary. I see now that hope was naive. "Sir, I don't." "You are not one thing, Harry. You have never been one thing. Most people are a blend of things, a little bit of this ancestor, a little bit of that one, a grandmother's humor and a grandfather's temper. With you, something quite different has been true from the beginning. You are the inheritor of several lineages at once. Lineages that by every known rule of magic should not, ordinarily, coexist in a single body." "What kind of lineages?" Dumbledore smiled thinly. "We used to call them bloodlines." "Not in the pureblood sense. Older than that. The Tuatha taught the Druids, and the Druids taught the first wizards, and there is a fragment of a Celtic poem. Never mind. Suffice to say that in certain parts of the Far East, in what we now call Asia, there existed families whose powers were not learned. They were inherited in the blood, passed from parent to child as surely as the color of the eyes. Each family was unique. Each had its own weapon, its own sight, its own way of moving through the world. The world, very wisely, kept these families apart. They were not meant to mingle. Their magics do not blend, they argue. They stack like tectonic plates, and when they move, the earth shakes. And you, my boy, are an earthquake in waiting. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione, trying to keep her voice very even, said, "How many?" Dumbledore looked at Harry, looked at him carefully. The blue eyes went through him to the wall behind. "I count," Dumbledore said, "at least 4, possibly 5, possibly, God help us, more." "Which ones?" Harry asked. "Today you have manifested 2. The eyes are the mark of a family that the modern histories call the Uchiha. They are, or were, a clan of the highest warrior class, mistrusted even among their own. Their sight allows them to read motion before it occurs, and, in its awakened forms, to bend perception itself. The tail," Dumbledore allowed himself a small, wry look, "is the mark of a people who traditionally would not have called themselves a clan at all. They would have called themselves a race, the Saiyans, a warrior folk from much further afield, renowned for their strength, their hunger, and their transformation under a full moon. I would, in the next week or so, very much like to keep you indoors on the night of the 14th. Oh, Harry said again. It seemed the only thing to say. Hermione had her hand up as if she were in class. Professor, she said. How does one person inherit two? They do not, Dumbledore said. They should not. And yet here he sits. Professor Roll saw, Ron said. He saw the eyes. He's going to tell someone. He may try. Dumbledore's voice had gone quieter, which was always how he sounded when he meant something specific and dangerous. I will see to it that his telling is not as useful as he hopes. There were other things, Harry said slowly. I don't think they were eyes or tail. When he was about to cast, I heard my own breathing go different, like I was trying to match it to something. Like I was sinking, centered. The whole room slowed, and it wasn't the eyes, sir. It was something it was in my lungs. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Ah, he said very softly. That, sir, that would be the breathing, another inheritance from another folk. A very old discipline, originally an answer to a very old enemy. It is what permits an ordinary human body to perform extraordinary things for a moment by ordering the breath and therefore the blood. He opened his eyes. You would have inherited a style, possibly more than one. Tell me, Harry, when the sinking happened, what did it feel like? Harry swallowed. Hot, like a candle in the bottom of my stomach, reaching up to my throat. Flame breathing, Dumbledore said, or one of its cousins. Interesting. He drummed his fingers on the desk. Anything else? There was, Harry hesitated. Before any of it, sir, there was a kind of a net, over the air between him and me, blue-white. I didn't cast it, it just gathered. Ah, Dumbledore said again, and this time he did not look delighted. Rise he, which would imply he did not finish. 4 then, potentially 5, as I feared. Sir, Hermione said, what does this mean, for him? It means, said Dumbledore, that this school is no longer the safest place in Britain for Harry Potter, and was never going to be. It means that there are parties who will be very interested in him once they realize what he is. It means, Harry, and here he looked straight at Harry in the way he did, rarely, when he spoke not as a headmaster but as a very tired old man, that you are about to be pulled in several directions at once, not metaphorically, literally. Each of these inheritances has an instinct of its own. Each of them will try in its own way to take possession of you. Take possession. They will want to be used. That is the nature of a bloodline. It sleeps until it smells combat and then it demands its due. A single bloodline is a blessing and a curse. 4 or more, he let the sentence hang. I could lose myself, Harry said. You could, Dumbledore said, and we will not permit that. The tail, as if in response, twitched and coiled tighter around the leg of the chair. Harry glared at it. Oi, he said. It twitched back reproachfully. Hermione was doing the thing she did when she was afraid, which was to make lists. Right, she said. Right, so, we need to identify every bloodline, actually identify them. We need to know what each one does and what it wants. We need to figure out how to keep Professor Roll from... I will handle Roll, Dumbledore said. From telling anyone, yes, okay. And we need, Harry, we need to train, really train, each of them, separately, and then together. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said mildly, you are the reason I sleep at night. I try, sir. A word of warning before you begin. Dumbledore leaned forward, both hands flat on the desk now, no trace of twinkle left in his eyes. 2 of you are standing with him. I am glad of that. I suspect before this is over, several more people will need to stand with him as well. Bloodlines of the magnitudes I have named produce something older than envy. They produce hunger. You will meet people, Harry. I will not tell you where, or when, who will try to take from you what you have been given. Some will do it through charm, some through law, some through sheer force. You must not, under any circumstance, let them take from you the thing you already possess and which they do not. Magic, sir? Harry asked. Your name, Dumbledore said. You are Harry, not Uchiha Harry, not Saiyan Harry, not the inheritor of 5. Harry, remember that and you will remember how to come home. Harry exhaled. He hadn't known he was holding his breath. The tail behind him unhooked itself from the chair leg and curled, companionably and of its own initiative, around his wrist, like a dog leaning against a leg it had decided was home. Right, he said, His voice only shook a little. So, what do we do first? Dumbledore smiled, properly this time. First, he said, you go to dinner. You eat everything on your plate, and probably the plates on either side of yours, because you are going to be hungry tonight in a way you have never been hungry before, and I am not having you collapse in a corridor. Then you return to your dormitory. I will speak with Professor McGonagall and 1 or 2 others I trust. Tomorrow at dawn we begin. Begin what? Harry asked, and to his own surprise, his voice was steady. The tail under his robes had found his wrist again and was gripping it, gently, the way a patient dog grips a hand that has been gone too long and is finally home. Begin the work of meeting yourself, said Albus Dumbledore. It is the hardest thing any of us will ever do. I am sorry yours has been given to you so young. At the door, Harry paused. He did not look back. Sir, he said. Roll, he already knows, doesn't he? He saw enough, yes. What will he do? He will send word to someone and he will pretend for a little while that he has not sent it. He will sit at dinner tomorrow night as if nothing has changed. He will teach Thursday's class. He will look at you and he will not quite look at you, which will be how you know. But he will send word to someone. Tonight, probably. He will not send it to the minister. To whom? That, Dumbledore said, is what I intend to find out. Ron and Hermione were already halfway down the spiral stair when Harry caught them up. Ron's hand landed on his shoulder and Hermione's slid into his other hand, fingers fierce and warm. The tail rearranged itself self-consciously under his robes. Right then, Ron said. Dinner. Dinner, Harry agreed. And a lot of it. Yes. They came out into the corridor, and the castle kept turning around them, oblivious, candle-lit, half asleep. Somewhere high above, a window was open, and a thin line of cold evening air came down the stone and across Harry's face. And for one strange, bright, terrifying second, his eyes sharpened. The world lit up in threads of motion, and Harry Potter saw, very clearly, a small shadow detach itself from the eaves of the astronomy tower and fly, fast and low, over the forbidden forest, carrying a rolled message with a red seal. They're moving already, he murmured. It came out in a voice he did not quite recognize as his own, lower than usual, calmer, the voice of someone who had already accepted, in the quiet underside of the mind, that the world he had walked into the great hall with was not the world he was going to walk out of it in. Somewhere in his chest, the candle he had felt earlier that day was still lit. It had been lit, he realized, since the instant Roll's first stupefy had cracked against his shield. It had not gone out. It had not even guttered. He had simply stopped paying attention to it because there had been too many other things on fire. Now, in the quiet, he could feel it burning. Low, steady, patient, as if some small, old voice deep inside him were saying, carefully, in a language he did not speak but understood anyway, "We are still here. We are waiting. We will be ready when you are." Who? Hermione asked. Someone, he blinked. The world went ordinary again. Come on, I'm starving. The dinner crowd was already thick when they came down into the great hall. Candles hung in their familiar constellations above the 4 tables. The enchanted ceiling was doing its usual evening thing, slowly draining from bruise to black. Harry slid into his seat between Ron and Hermione and tried, desperately, to look like any ordinary 6th year on any ordinary Tuesday. The tail, tucked tight around his thigh under his robes, kept reminding him he was not. Don't look at the staff table, Ron muttered around a mouthful. Harry looked at the staff table. Dumbledore wasn't there yet. McGonagall was, and she was not eating. Her hands were folded and she was staring very carefully at nothing in particular, which was how she looked when somebody had just told her something she did not intend to repeat. Beside her, tiny Professor Flitwick had stopped in mid-pour with a silver jug of pumpkin juice, and was blinking at it as if he had no idea how it had come to be in his hand. Snape at the far end had set down his knife and was watching, openly, the door Harry had just walked through. When his black eyes tracked to Harry's face and held, Harry felt it as a small, dry pressure against his skin, and his second vision tried, unbidden, to open. He put a hand flat on the table and made himself stop looking. "Eat," Hermione said, and slid a plate of shepherd's pie in front of him. I'm going to eat 2 whole pies and a loaf and probably your elbow. Encouraging. Eat. He ate. It was astonishing. He had not been this hungry in his life. The first mouthful tasted the way food tastes when you've skipped 3 meals. The second tasted the way food tastes when you've walked 20 miles in a storm. The third tasted like nothing at all, because he had already swallowed it and was on the fourth. Ron, who had been known to eat for sport, had stopped and was staring at him with a respect ordinarily reserved for Quidditch captains and bludger-proof jaws. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered. "Don't swear at the table," Hermione said, absently. "Bloody hell, Hermione." Across the hall from the Hufflepuff table, Susan Bones caught Harry's eye. She did not smile. She did not nod. She mouthed 4 words very carefully so nobody else could see. Harry read them off her lips. Bridget. 4 days now, he swallowed. He mouthed back, I know, he didn't know. He just couldn't bear to say number after the plates cleared themselves. He leaned toward Hermione. "Bridget Mallow," he said low. "Do you know her?" "5th year, Hufflepuff. Muggle-born, I think. Her mother's on the Wisengamot liaison staff. She hasn't been in arithmancy since Friday." "Roll asked after her in class on Monday," Ron said, frowning. "He what?" "Asked if anyone had seen her. Sort of casual, sort of not. I'd forgotten till you said." Hermione's jaw set in the way that meant she was adding a name to a list nobody else could see. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower 3 abreast. The fat lady took one look at Harry and said, "Well, you look exciting tonight, don't you, dear?" Which is the closest a painting can come to saying what on earth has happened to you without using the words. Harry ignored her. The common room was loud, warm, ordinary Seamus trying to hex a pair of dice into loaded ones. Dean sketching something on parchment, the Creevy brothers whispering furiously by the window. And Harry stood at the threshold of it all for a long second, feeling like a man at the edge of a very high cliff, looking down at the life he was about to leave. He went up to the dormitory and sat on his bed. He drew the hangings. He took off his robe. The tail, no longer shy, uncurled with what sounded suspiciously like a sigh, stretched along the duvet and tapped the bedpost twice with its tip, as if checking for soundness. "Right," Harry muttered at it. "You and I need to have a talk." The tail tapped the bedpost again. Number it drooped. "I'm serious, you can't just," he waved a hand. "You can't just do things. I need to know what you're going to do before you do it, not if you understand." The tail solemnly bent and lifted itself once like a nod. "Oh," Harry said. "Oh, number oh, that's oh, okay, noted." There was a soft knock on the hangings. "It's me," Hermione said. "I'm not decent." "You are literally always decent, Harry Potter. Put your robe back on." He put his robe back on. She climbed up onto the foot of his bed, drew the hangings behind her, and set a battered leather-bound notebook on the duvet with the air of a general preparing a map. Ron squeezed through a second later, spectacles of Harry's old glasses balanced absurdly on his nose because he'd found them on the bedside table and was, for reasons of his own, refusing to take them off. "Right," Hermione said. "We're making a chart." "Of course we are." "Hush, bloodlines down one axis, abilities across the other, observed, suspected, speculated." "And the 4th column?" Ron asked. "Price." Harry, who had been about to make a joke, didn't make one. "Every magic has a price," Hermione said. "The Uchiha sight, Professor Dumbledore didn't say it, but he implied it. That kind of perception doesn't come free. The Saiyan transformation, whatever it is, dangerous, obviously. And the breathing, he called it a discipline. That means it costs something of you. Oxygen, maybe, blood sugar, muscle, I don't know, but we're going to find out. Harry, I want you to tell me carefully everything you felt today. Small things, the thing behind your eyes, the thing in your lungs, the net, everything." He told her. He told her about the pressure behind his eyes and the candle in the bottom of his stomach and the net that had gathered like dew over the air. He told her about the way the world had split into threads of motion, and the way he had heard his own breathing go deep and slow, as if somebody else had taken over his lungs for a moment. He told her about the voice under his voice that had said move, and about the second voice that had said 3 red spokes, left eye first. She wrote. Ron, without asking, had pulled out his own notebook and was sketching crude, useful little figures, a stick Harry with concentric circles in his eyes, a stick Harry with a tail, a stick Harry surrounded by a net of dashes. At one point, Ron held up the Saiyan stick figure. "So," he said, "full moon, 2 weeks." 14th, Hermione said. "We lock him in a cupboard." Ron. "What?" It worked for his childhood. "Ron Weasley, if you make a joke like that again, I will use your head to prop open a door." "Sorry." He actually looked sorry for a second, then he looked at Harry. "Mate, whatever this is, we're in it. You heard Dumbledore, you heard me." "Yeah." Harry found he couldn't quite speak for a second. He nodded. There was a knock on the dormitory door, a sharp, crisp official knock. "Enter," called Harry's roommates in various slurred tones, none of them interested. The door opened a few inches. Professor McGonagall's head appeared, and the entire dormitory suddenly pretended to be deeply asleep. Her eyes found Harry's hangings. "Potter," she said. "With me, and you're too, well, yes, all 3 of you, now please." They followed her down the winding stair in silence. She did not take them to her office. She took them to a narrow, smoke-smelling classroom on the 4th floor that Harry was fairly sure he had never seen before, a room with a single oak desk, a single rug patterned with ivory and black, and a single tall, iron-bound door set into the far wall. She closed them in and warded the door behind her with 3 separate sweeps of her wand. "This room," she said, "does not exist on any map the Ministry possesses. It also does not exist on the Marauders' map, so I am told, by a portrait who recalls your father's face rather too fondly for my liking, Mr. Potter. You may therefore speak freely. Sit." They sat on the rug, cross-legged, because there were no chairs. McGonagall remained standing. Her hands were folded. She looked for a moment like something out of a much older painting than the ones in her office, a teacher in the Highland tradition, the kind that used to train children to survive the wrong side of a mountain. "Mr. Potter," she said, "you are going to train, tonight. Now, Professor. Now, the headmaster is engaged with matters of diplomacy. He has asked me to begin the work that cannot wait. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, you will observe and assist. Do you understand that this is not ordinary schooling?" "Yes, Professor," they said, all 3 at once. "Good. The first bloodline we will meet tonight is the easiest to meet." She turned to Harry. "Your eyes, stand up." Harry stood. "Close them, breathe. When I say now, open them and look at my wand." "Yes, Professor." He closed them. The world rushed in through his skin, the smell of cold stone, the faint, sweet grain of Hermione's worry, the tick of some unseen clock, the soft fur of the rug under his feet through his socks. The pressure that had lived behind his eyes all evening, never quite dormant, grew suddenly attentive. It was as if an animal had lifted its head. "Now," he opened his eyes. McGonagall's wand moved, once in a tight, precise figure-8, a pattern so familiar even a first-year could follow it. The pattern vanished into a smear of red-gold sparks that hung, suspended, in the air for one instant before dispersing. Except for Harry, they did not disperse. For Harry, they hung. Each spark was a tiny point of motion, and he could see the curve it would have taken, a ghost line of direction painted forward through the air. He could see, like a held breath, where the wand had been and where it would go next. "Copy the figure," McGonagall said. Harry raised his own wand. He copied the figure, exactly. His wand moved on precisely the same arcs her wand had moved on because he could see the arcs, painted into the air in ghost lines only his red eyes could read. "Excellent," McGonagall said. "Now a more complex one." She made one. He copied it. "Faster." She made one. He copied it. 3 wands, she said, and 3 phantom wands appeared, made of light, each making its own pattern, each trying to overlap the others. She was not smiling, but her voice was pleased. He copied them. All 3. Simultaneously, he did not know how, his hand did. "Stop!" He stopped. He was suddenly tired. A drag in the eyes, a heat at the back of the skull. His vision flickered to ordinary and then to threads and then to ordinary again. There was a taste of copper in his mouth. "That," said Hermione under her breath, "is the price." McGonagall nodded approvingly at Hermione without looking at her. "Indeed, Miss Granger, Every use of the Uchiha sight consumes something. Call it spirit, call it blood, call it magic. It is limited. Potter, how does it feel? Like I ran up the tower. It will improve with practice. But it will always cost you something. That is the first rule of every bloodline in your body tonight, and every one you have yet to meet. Nothing in you is free. You pay always. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Good. Second lesson, your sight can be turned off. It can. It must be, otherwise you will burn it out. You have now used it for. She glanced at the tall clock she did not seem to have been looking at. 22 minutes on and off. That is enough for a first day. Close your eyes. Breathe as you breathed a moment ago. And now imagine a door behind your own face. Close it. He tried. The pressure behind his eyes resisted. It wanted very badly to keep watching. Close it, McGonagall said, implacable. He closed it. It took him 3 tries. Each try felt like lowering a heavy stone into a dark well. When the door finally clicked, the pressure dropped away, and Harry found himself swaying on his feet. Ron caught his elbow. Good, said McGonagall. You have now met one of them, politely. The others will not be so polite. And that is all we will do tonight. The tale is not going anywhere. It is harmless unless the moon is full, which we will address when we must. The breathing and the net are less predictable, and I will not meet them with you until the headmaster has selected the correct teacher for each. She paused, and for the first time that evening her face softened. Potter, you did well. Thank you, Professor. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, thank you for your steadiness. Always, Professor, Hermione said. Ron, very red, nodded. Bed, all of you. And Mr. Potter, if you dream tonight and the dream is not your own, do not follow it. They walked the corridor in a soft, stunned quiet. Ron was turning his wand over and over in his fingers like something that had burned him. Hermione was chewing her lower lip. Harry was simply breathing, deeply, as if his lungs had taken on a life of their own and he didn't want to interrupt them. At the portrait hole, Ron paused. Mate, the little shadow you saw over the forest. Yeah, it was an owl, wasn't it? Yeah, going south. Yeah, and it had a red seal. Yeah. So someone down south is about to know about you, unless Dumbledore caught the owl. Yeah. Do you reckon he caught the owl? Harry thought about it. About Roll's thin, careful smile. About how fast Roll had moved in the classroom for a man who pretended to be bored. About the empty chair at the staff table at dinner. No, Harry said. I don't think he did. In a small stone house on the Sussex Downs that did not appear on any ministry registry, a man in a pale gray coat was unsealing a small scroll by candlelight. His fingers were very long and very clean. His hair was cropped close to his scalp, and he wore, on a silver chain around his throat, a small cross with 5 stylized points. He read the message twice, as if to be certain. Then he smiled with the corner of his mouth, set the scroll in the candle flame, and let it burn to nothing between his fingers without dropping ash. Well, he said to no one. So the Potter boy has awakened. How unlucky for him. Far away on the other side of the country, Harry Potter was, even now, dreaming. He dreamed of a mountain with snow on it, and of a sword shaped like a long single fang, and of someone breathing steadily in his ear telling him, gently, total concentration. He dreamed of red 3-pointed stars turning in the dark. He dreamed of a cross with 5 points hanging in empty air, and of a great dark shape with golden eyes closing his fist around it. And in his sleep, without knowing it, Harry Potter began, for the first time, and very quietly, to breathe in a pattern he had never been taught. In the great hall, shepherd's pie had long since been cleared away. The candles were guttering. Somewhere up on the astronomy tower, a dark shape detached again from the eaves and banked south. And Harry slept on, and his body ran its new, strange inventory in the dark. Outside, far beyond the castle wall, at the edge of the forbidden forest where the trees grew close enough to whisper to each other, a 5th-year Hufflepuff named Bridget Mallow had been missing for 4 days. Her mother did not know yet. The ministry did not know yet. Somewhere beyond the tree line, where the ground sloped away into a small, wet valley that the centaurs were no longer willing to patrol, something that had been waiting a very long time shifted, and smiled, and licked a single finger as if tasting a wind that had only just reached it from Hogwarts windows. A wind that carried, faint but unmistakable, the scent of a boy whose eyes had opened red. Roel was not on the grounds. He had left the castle the moment class had ended. He had not dined, he had not marked books, he had not returned to his rooms. He had walked without hurry down to the edge of the forbidden forest, and there, at a particular oak that bore a particular rune no student had ever noticed, he had set his palm against the bark and vanished without sound. By the time the shepherd's pie had reached the table, he had been sitting in a small stone house on the Sussex Downs, drinking a glass of water the color of starlight, and telling his superior, very quietly, that the time had come at last to move against the Potter line. His superior had only nodded, and smiled, and sent an owl north again, not with a red seal this time, but with no seal at all, because what he had to say next was not, in any fair court of any world, meant to be read by anyone but the boy it concerned. That owl was already crossing the channel by the time Harry Potter, asleep in his bed under the Gryffindor Tower, breathed out, for the fourth time without knowing it, in a rhythm that a man in a distant mountain had once taught his own son, 200 years before. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2. The Red Moon 2 weeks passed in a way Harry had never experienced time passing before. It wasn't that the days were shorter or longer. It was that he was inhabiting them. Every instant seemed to stretch, to layer, to hum at the edges like a wire. He felt his heart when he was falling asleep. He felt his teeth when he ate. He felt the motion of his own blood when he ran up the steps to Charms, and once, running up those steps, he looked at his own hand on the banister and thought clearly, that's a very sturdy piece of meat. The thought had not been his. It had arrived and left in the space of a blink. He had laughed, out loud, a little nervously. A first year had stared. Hermione's chart, during those 2 weeks, had grown into a full notebook. She had sealed it twice, with a charm Harry had never seen her use before. She refused to tell him where she kept it, which meant he had reluctantly concluded she was carrying it on her person at all times, which meant there was now a leather-bound account of all of Harry's secrets sitting 2 feet from him in every class. "I can feel you worrying," Hermione said, without looking up from potions. "Stop." "I wasn't. You were doing the thing where your left eyebrow moves 1 millimeter every few seconds. That is a lie." "Your new eyes," she murmured, "tell you when people are lying. Mine just tell me when you are." Ron, on Harry's other side, snorted into his cauldron. Training had become the shape of his life. Every dawn, McGonagall met them in the hidden classroom. Every evening, Dumbledore met them in his office for 20 exact minutes, during which the old man did nothing but have Harry breathe. Nothing fancy, nothing spoken. In through the nose for 4, hold for 7, out through the mouth for 8. Then silence, then again. "You are not casting a spell, Harry," Dumbledore had said on the 4th evening. "You are tuning an instrument. The spells will come when the instrument is in tune." "Sir, what instrument?" "Yourself." Harry had learned to use and close the Uchiha eyes at will. They still tired him. He could hold them a little longer each day, 5 minutes at a stretch now, without tasting copper. McGonagall had started him on something she called dodge drills, in which she threw small hexes at him, too fast for an ordinary student to handle, and demanded he slip them without a shield. He was doing it. Not every time. Enough to be frightening. The tail, meanwhile, had gotten bolder. It stole chips off Ron's plate. It played idly with the end of Hermione's braid when she wasn't paying attention. Once, during an especially long history of magic lecture, it had reached up over Harry's shoulder, pushed a quill into his hand, and very neatly taken notes for 10 minutes in handwriting that wasn't his. Hermione had nearly fainted when she'd seen it. She had then, with some concern, photographed the notes and filed them in her notebook under a tab she had labeled, crisply, "Delegation Tale." "Can it read?" Ron had asked, awed. "It is," Hermione had said through gritted teeth, finishing the sentence I couldn't finish because Binns is now 200 years late to his own funeral. "That is not delegation. That is cheating. It's cheating well, though." Ron. The nights were stranger than the days. Each night, Harry dreamed of the mountain, the sword, the breath in his ear. Each night, on waking, he found he knew a thing he had not known when he had lain down. Once, he had woken up flat on the floor beside his bed, in a crouch with his palms up and his knees bent, and the perfect muscle memory of a stance he had not been taught. Once he had woken speaking aloud, in a language he did not know, a phrase that meant, Dumbledore later translated gently, "The edge is where the flame lives." And twice he had woken with a quincy cross-shaped mark faintly raised on the back of his left wrist, like the bite of a buckle left long enough to press. The mark had not hurt. It had not quite gone away, either. It was the color of an old scar. That, Dumbledore had said on the 7th morning, examining it carefully in a slant of sun, is something I hoped very much not to see. Sir, the 5th inheritance, Harry, the one I was not sure of. The old man had let Harry's wrist go. It is no longer a matter of guessing. I will send for a teacher who understands it. He is not pleasant company. He is, however, the only human being in Britain who can tell us how to keep that mark from killing you. Kill me? Not today, not this year. But the family you have inherited it from were not strictly human. The cost of their abilities is severe, and the line you have it through is not the friendliest of the 5. We will speak of it more when the teacher arrives. That was the 7th morning. By the 11th morning, Harry had begun to notice something new. A pressure, this time not behind his eyes, around him. Like standing next to a bonfire he could not see. It was in the air. It was everywhere. It was particularly bad near the library, which made no sense at all, until Hermione pointed out, in a voice of carefully controlled fear, that half the books on the restricted shelf were wrapped in runic vellum, and what Harry might be sensing was concentrated magical residue. Residue, Harry said. Like spirit weight, Hermione said, looking up at him from the book she had been pretending to read. Ryatsu, I think the word is. The net, Harry, what made the net? He had closed his eyes in the library and tried, experimentally, to gather the pressure. It had come, not much of it, but enough to hold on the palm of his hand, for one astonishing second, a small, palm-sized arrowhead of blue-white light, no wand, no incantation, a shape summoned out of the ambient magic of the room. It had dissolved an instant later. He had stared at his empty palm for a full minute. Hermione had very softly begun to cry, not from sadness. He wasn't sure what from. Harry, she had whispered, that shouldn't be possible in this room. I know. That shouldn't be possible at all without a wand. I know. What are you? I don't know yet, he had said, which was the honest answer. I'm going to find out. The 14th day dawned bright and cold. The air had that sharp, thin quality that autumn sometimes has just before winter starts testing its teeth. Harry went to breakfast. He had, at Dumbledore's insistence, been moved to a private room at night for the last 3 days. A small, stone chamber in an unused turret of the castle, with a heavy door, a single narrow slit of a window too small even for his own shoulders, and 4 different wards Dumbledore had laid himself. Harry had not asked why. Harry knew why. The moon would rise at 6:42 that evening, and it would be full. Hermione joined him at breakfast with shadows under her eyes. You didn't sleep, he said. I slept, she said. 3 hours, that's technically sleeping. Ron, fork halfway to his mouth, paused. Do we have a plan for tonight? Dumbledore's plan, Harry said, is that I go up to the turret at 5, that the door is sealed, that I stay there until moonset, regardless of what happens. He has told me that nothing I hear from the window in the meantime is my concern. That is an alarming sentence. Yes, you're not going to stay in the turret, are you? Of course I am. Hermione looked at him. Hard, Harry smiled thin. It did not reach his eyes, which had a faint, persistent ring of orange around the pupil that morning, like a smoldering coal not fully lit. I'm going to stay in the turret, he repeated. I gave him my word. I don't break my word to him. All right, Hermione said. All right, but if... We're nearby, Harry. I know. The staff table had begun, over the past week, to look subtly wrong. Certain chairs were empty at odd times. Roll was, mostly, still at his seat, but he ate nothing and he drank little and he watched, constantly, without appearing to watch. The door Harry came through. That morning, though, there were 2 new faces at high table. Harry noticed them at once. One was a wizened, nut-brown wizard in robes the color of raw bark, with a carved wooden flute on a strap across his chest. He was wolfing a vast plate of bacon and eggs with a kind of contented grimness. Harry did not recognize him, but somehow recognized him all the same. Some knowing in the chest, not the head, said Mountain. Snow, the sword shaped like a fang. Harry's whole body wanted, without his permission, to bow. The other was a tall, pale woman with very short silver hair, a face that could have been 30 or 300, and a long straight cross at her throat, hanging from a silver chain that Harry recognized from the mark on his wrist. Her eyes were the pale, cold blue of winter sky. When she saw Harry looking, she inclined her chin by the smallest possible fraction. It was not a greeting. It was an acknowledgement. The kind queen pieces give each other across a chessboard. "Who are they?" Ron murmured. "My morning," Harry said, "and my afternoon." The morning's teacher was Master Suzuran-eyed, and he did not speak English so much as he wielded it. He stood in the hidden fourth-floor classroom with his flute across his back and his hands loose at his sides and looked at Harry without expression for perhaps 30 seconds, and then said, in accented but exact English, "Boy, show me your breath." "Sir, you have a breathing. I can see it on you. It sits in your stomach like a small animal. Show it to me." Harry did not know how to show anybody a breath. He tried, for a second, to explain that. Master Ide held up a single finger. "Stop talking," he said kindly. "Close mouth, close eyes, do what your body tells you." Harry closed his mouth and his eyes. He stood. He waited. He felt, as he had felt that first day with Roll, the candle at the bottom of his stomach. He focused on it. He drew breath in through the nose, held it where the candle was, and released it. Warmth went down his arms. Warmth went down his legs. Warmth went under his skin. He felt, for a brief and strange second, as if his whole body had dilated, as if every cell had opened its mouth to the air. When he opened his eyes, Master Ide had taken one neat step backward and was grinning, showing an uneven set of very white teeth. "Ah," he said. "Good, flame, very rare, very old. Not everyone survives it. You will be careful with this, yes?" "Yes, sir." "Now hit me." "Sorry." "Hit me. Right here." He tapped his own solid, broad chest just beneath the collarbone. "Hand, fist, as hard as you like. The breath is to be used. Come." "Sir, I'll break my hand." "Number you will not, because I am going to teach you how not to. Come." Harry came. He threw a punch, a perfectly ordinary punch, 16-year-old boy who has never actually been in a real fight punch, and Master Ide caught it in midair on his open palm without moving the rest of his body at all. "Ah," Ide said. "Harder." Harry threw another. Ide caught it, and another. Ide caught it. Harry started to sweat. He started to get embarrassingly annoyed. And somewhere in that annoyance, the candle in his stomach flared without his asking it to, and his next punch came with heat behind it. Not fire, not literal flame, but the concussive feeling of heat, pressure, intention, and inside pushed outside, and when it hit Master Ide's palm, the sound was like a small firework. Ide stepped back 3 paces. He was still grinning. He shook his hand twice as if it had gone numb. "Better," he said. "Again." "And this time, breathe and name the thing you are doing as you do it. Speak the name, any name you like. Breathing works with a voice." "Name it. Name it, your name, your choice. Come." Harry breathed. He punched. As his fist traveled, he heard the word in his chest before he said it with his mouth. "Hearth." "Hearth," Harry said aloud, and the heat roared forward, and Master Ide, laughing, sidestepped this time, letting the invisible wave pass through the air and curl against the stone wall where it left the faintest sooty smudge. "Hearth," Ide repeated. He bowed. "A good name, a home name. You will build your style on it. You will live in it. Home is good for a boy who has none." Harry did not know how Ide knew he had none. He did not ask. By midday, he was exhausted. By the time he climbed the turret stair at 5 o'clock, the exhaustion had become something else, a humming anticipation in the bones, a feeling that his skin was a coat he was wearing too tight. The afternoon teacher, the pale woman, had not come to him yet. "Tomorrow," Dumbledore had said with a small, weary smile. "She will meet you tomorrow, first the moon." The turret room was small and austere. A cot, a bucket of water, a blanket. a lamp on the windowsill that Dumbledore had enchanted to give off a warm, soft light, like low coals. The window was a single slit, no wider than his fist, and no amount of angling would show him the moon. This was by design. Dumbledore himself had walked him up. The old man set his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder at the door. 4 hours, he said. The moon is up at 6:42. It sets at 11:10. You will be restless between those hours. You may feel that you want to come out. You will not. Your friends are in the corridor below. Professor McGonagall is on the landing. I will be below her. You are not alone. You are only separate. Yes, sir. If you can sleep, sleep. I'll try. Dumbledore hesitated. Harry, if the tale demands more, if it begins to grow, if your shape begins to change, you may speak to it. It is, in a manner of speaking, a part of you. It will listen to its own body. Order it to be small, to be patient. It does not want to hurt you. It wants only to obey a very old instruction. Which is, grow, under the moon, grow, that is all. It is a simple old thing. Say no to it politely and often. The door closed. The wards came down. Harry sat on the cot with his hands folded in his lap and waited. At 6:42, he felt it. It was not pain. It was a gravitational tug, as if his bones had suddenly acquired a second, invisible skeleton that was being drawn upward toward the sky. His tail, behind him, went rigid. His teeth in his mouth went very, very long for a second and then, with an effort he could feel, retracted. His skin prickled. The tips of his ears, he noticed in a small, absurd way, had grown pointed. No, he said aloud experimentally. No, thank you. His tail lashed. The gravitational tug increased. No, he said again. Grow, very well, you can grow 2 inches, that's it. The tail considered this. It grew 2 inches. It was now long enough, approximately, to wrap around his forearm twice. The tug eased marginally. Somewhere under his sternum, something large and patient and very old made a sound like a distant rolling growl. It was, Harry realized, pleased with him. Not satisfied. Pleased. It had expected him to refuse outright. It had not expected him to negotiate. Something about negotiating with it felt extremely important. 2 inches, he repeated. And nothing else. I'm not fur, I'm not claws, I'm not teeth. I'm a boy in a turret and the boy is in charge. The growl subsided. Outside, faint through the stone, he heard the wolves of the forbidden forest baying. Not in anger, in announcement. Something was out there that they were telling the trees about. He closed his eyes. He was halfway into a breathing pattern master-eyed had drilled him in for 4, hold for 7, out for 8, when he heard the sound. It was a footstep, on the landing outside his room. It was not Hermione's step, which was quick and a little nervous. It was not Ron's, which was long and a little heavy. It was not McGonagall's, which was firm and square and distinct. It was a long, gliding step, almost soundless, with a faint ring at the heel, the sort of ring a small metal decoration on a boot makes when the boot is very expensive. Harry's eyes opened. Outside the turret door, he heard a voice. Quiet, male. Accented, the sort of accent that belonged to a man who had learned English from a tutor in a northern European country a long time ago and had never condescended to lose the accent. Good evening, the voice said. It was a voice he had never heard, and at the same time he had. He had heard it in dreams. He had heard it in the echo of a cross shape pressed on his wrist. Albus, a pleasure. It has been a long time. Below, muffled, Harry heard Dumbledore's reply. He could not make out the words, but the tone was one Harry had rarely heard. Not angry, not welcoming, not afraid. Deliberate. The tone of an old man who had once, decades ago, agreed to certain boundaries with another old man and was calmly explaining that one of them had just been crossed. I am not here for the boy, the voice said, clearly up through the stone. I am here for the other one, the girl who is missing. She is my business, Albus. She has been from the start. Harry's hand, without his asking it to, tightened on the edge of the cot. But as I am here, the voice said almost idly, and as his eyes have opened in red and as he bears now on his wrist a mark he has not earned the right to, Albus, be reasonable. Let me at least look at him. No, Dumbledore said, the word carried. You know what I am. I know what you claim to be. I could come in. You could try. A silence. Harry, inside the turret, stood up. His heart was going, and it was going oddly. Each beat seemed to carry two separate pulses, his own and something else's, as if his chest were a room in which two bodies were breathing. The moon, behind stone, was unseeable, but the tug of it on his marrow had sharpened. "Stay down," he whispered to the tug. "Stay down." The tug hesitated. "He is my bloodline, Albus," the voice said from outside very softly now. "Not his mother, not his father. Mine, the cross on his wrist, you and I both know that comes from my line. I will not permit Dumbledore of Hogwarts to keep him from me." "He is," Dumbledore said, "a boy with 5 inheritances at minimum, one of which is yours, one of which is the hearth, one of which is the moon, one of which is the red eye, and one of which even I am not yet prepared to name. You will not claim him in soul. You will not claim him at all tonight. I am not refusing you out of cruelty. I am refusing you because he is in a room with his tail out and his teeth long, and he does not yet know his own name. Come back in a month. I give you my word, as I gave it to your predecessor, that he will be told of your claim. A month. A month. He could be dead in a month. Not by your hand he won't be." A pause, then a small, dry laugh. It was not a nice laugh. It was the laugh of a man who has been amused for reasons a witness would not enjoy knowing. "Very well," said the voice. "A month I shall take my leave. Only, Albus, tell me one thing before I go. Tell. The missing Hufflepuff girl, Bridget Mallow, is she your side's or mine? Before I ride out tonight to fetch her back, I would like to know whose debt I am repaying." "She is neither's. She is her mother's. You will fetch her because it is right, not because it is owed." "Ah, Albus," the laugh again. "Still believing that the two are different categories. Very well, adieu." The expensive boots rang softly on stone. They moved away down the stair. Harry, inside, stood listening until he could hear them no more. Then, very slowly, he sat down on the cot. He put his face in his hands. The tug of the moon had, during that exchange, slackened entirely, as if the thing inside him had been listening too, and had been, if anything, impressed. The tail curled around Harry's forearm in what felt like reassurance. His pointed ears, sheepishly, grew round again. There was a soft knock on the door. "It's me," Hermione said. Her voice was very thin. "You're not supposed to be on this landing." "Harry, open a crack, please. I just need to see you." He hesitated. Then he thought, the moon is still up. You are not done, but he thought also, she is not the moon. He cracked the door. Hermione's face was pale. She put one finger very gently against his cheek, checking, Harry realized, for fever. She found him cool. "You're all right," she said. "I'm all right. The tail. 2 inches, we negotiated." "You what?" "Never mind." "Harry," she lowered her voice. "The man who came, you heard him." "I heard him. Do you know who he is?" "Not yet. Dumbledore will tell us. He'll tell us tomorrow. Now go, I gave my word." She went. He closed the door. He sat on the cot. He breathed. In for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. The moon, somewhere behind the stone, tugged and tugged and tugged and did not win. Somewhere out in the forbidden forest, around 11 that night, a 5th-year Hufflepuff named Bridget Mallow, weeping, filthy, alive, stumbled out of a small, wet valley and into the arms of a tall, pale woman with very short silver hair. The woman had come alone. She had come on foot. She held the girl against her shoulder the way a mother might, and said, in an accent that Harry Potter would have recognized if he had been there, a single word that made Bridget Mallow stop weeping. "Safe," the woman said. She walked Bridget to the edge of the forest. She set her gently on the grass of the castle's outer lawn, within sight of a patrolling Hagrid with a lantern. She did not say goodbye. She did not speak again. She turned and melted back into the trees. By the time Hagrid reached the girl, the pale woman was gone. Bridget Mallow was weeping and alive and saying, over and over, the same thing. "Don't let him have me. Don't let him have me. Please don't let him have me." In the turret at 11:10, Harry felt the tug of the moon release his bones. He exhaled a very, very long breath. His teeth in his mouth were teeth again. His ears were ears. The tail, weary, slackened. The candle under his sternum settled to a low, contented ember. On the landing outside, he heard Dumbledore's quiet voice. "He is himself, let him out." The door opened. Hermione was there, Ron was there, McGonagall was there, Dumbledore was there. Behind them, startlingly, was the tall, pale woman from the staff table, still in her traveling cloak, her hair faintly damp, holding in her gloved hand a single small, silver cross that she offered to Harry without a word. He took it because it seemed the right thing to do. It lay in his palm as if it had always belonged there. The mark on his wrist, which had been very faint for days, burned once sharply and then cooled. "Tomorrow," the woman said in an accent he now placed, "you and I will meet. I am Luger. I will teach you what your blood already knows. I will also teach you whom not to trust. Tonight, sleep. You have earned it." "Professor," Harry said, the voice on the stair, the man Dumbledore sent away. Luger's eyes did not move from his. "My brother," she said. She paused. Then, almost gently, she added, "He is not a good one. He has not been a good one for some time. You will want, on waking, to have a great many questions. I beg you, as a favor to an old woman who does not often beg, save the questions for me until we are alone. They are family questions. Family questions should not be asked where families can overhear." Harry nodded. Dumbledore touched his shoulder lightly. McGonagall, behind him, breathed out, a long, long breath, one she seemed to have been holding since the afternoon. Hermione caught Harry's eye and did not smile exactly, but did something with the corners of her mouth that made his throat tight for a second. And then he went downstairs with his friends, and someone got him soup from the kitchens, and someone else got him a hot water bottle, and someone else, he suspected Ron, stuck a second hot water bottle inside his pillowcase so the pillow was warm when his head hit it. He slept for 11 hours. He dreamed, for the first time in 2 weeks, of nothing. The first thing Bridget Mallow said, when they asked her in the hospital wing the next morning, was, "There are others. He has others. Please go and find them. Please." The second thing she said was, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone out. I shouldn't have gone out alone. He said he was a professor. He said Professor Rowell had sent him." Madame Pomfrey, calm and furious at once, had given her a second warmed drink and told her with professional gentleness that nothing that had happened was her fault, and that she was safe now, and that no professor in the building would be allowed within 20 feet of her without Albus Dumbledore present. Dumbledore himself sat in a chair by her bed with his hat in his hands and listened to every word. By the time Harry arrived, Bridget was asleep. She had, according to Pomfrey, given them the names of 2 other students she had seen at the place she had been kept. One of them was a 5th-year Ravenclaw named Omar Patel, whom Harry knew vaguely as a Quidditch keeper with a very flat stare. The other was a 7th-year Slytherin named Celia Ardley, whom Harry knew not at all. Both of them, Dumbledore informed Harry quietly, had been marked absent from classes for at least 3 days. Neither of their absences had been reported to a member of staff. Both of their heads of house had been, he had to say this carefully, not notified. "Not notified," Harry repeated slowly. "The notifications," Dumbledore said in a tone like a carefully cleaned scalpel, "were intercepted by a person in this castle who has access to the head of house pipeline. I have a very short list. I will not share it with you yet. I will share it with you the instant I am certain. Rowell. Rowell is on the list, yes. Sir, not yet, Harry. We move carefully. We move when the ground is sure." Harry went to his first lesson with Luger that afternoon, and for the first time in all of his teachers, felt, from the start, not an adult correcting him, but a kinswoman meeting him. She had moved a small, square rug into the hidden classroom. She had set upon it a single candle, unlit in a glass holder. She had at the corners placed 4 small iron nails driven into tiny wooden blocks. She had drawn, in chalk, a 5-pointed cross between the nails, orienting it carefully by compass. "Sit," she said. "Cross-legged, hands loose on your knees, open your palms upward. Breathe how Master I'd taught you. I will do nothing for a time but sit opposite you and let you feel me." "Yes, ma'am." She sat. Harry sat. For perhaps 10 minutes he did what he was told. He breathed. He loosened his hands. He let his eyes half close. Then very slowly he began to feel her. It was not like the bonfire without fire he had sensed in the library. It was more structured. It was as if, somewhere just beyond his right shoulder, a cathedral's worth of cold, patient water had been quietly waiting, and was now, only now, letting him notice that it had been there all along. It was absolutely still and absolutely huge. He felt that if he opened his eyes and looked at her, he would see her outline in soft blue-white light, like a figure traced in frost against glass. "Good," she said, eyes still closed. "You feel me." "Yes. That which you feel has a name. We call it Rise-He, the medium of our blood, of our work, of our everything. Most of your wizard kin use a wand to channel a different kind of magic. We do not need the wand. We use the air. We use the water. We use the stone when we must. Every place you walk has this thing in it. You are already drawing it without knowing you do. Your brother magics hide it from you because they are louder. They shout. The Rise-He does not shout. It waits. You will learn to listen for it, and when you listen, it will come." "Yes, ma'am." "Do not call me ma'am. Call me Sonia, or teacher. Or aunt if you must be formal." "Sonia, better now." Her eyes opened. "I will show you your first discipline, the simplest. Open your eyes." He opened them. She raised one pale hand. On the tip of her index finger, a small, cross-shaped point of pale blue light kindled, as if a star had decided it was tired of being so far away and had condensed itself into a fingertip for a while. "This," she said, "is called a heilig fail, holy arrow. It is a shot of pure Rise-He, drawn from the air around you, shaped by your will, loosed by your intention. It does not miss what it is aimed at if you aim it properly. It does not hurt what it is not aimed at. It is, and I want you to understand this, a weapon. Weapons are to be respected. We do not wave them around. Yes, Sonia. Hold out your hand, palm down, fingers straight." He held out his hand. "Now breathe. Not like master-eyed. Slower, deeper. Imagine you are drawing water up a straw." He did. On the first breath, nothing. On the fourth breath, a faint shimmer above his fingertip like heat rising off stone. On the seventh breath, a tiny, clean point of blue-white light, no bigger than a grain of rice, wobbling above his index finger. Hermione, seated on a stool against the wall with her notebook open, let out a long, shaky exhale. "Hold it," Sonia said. "Do not let it grow yet. Hold it small. Small is discipline. Large is pride." He held it small. For nearly 30 seconds, he held it small. Then the copper taste came back into his mouth, and the point of light collapsed into nothing, and he swayed. "Good," Sonia said. "Again, smaller this time, less ambition, more patience. You will not fire one today. Today you will simply hold one." They sat in that little room for 2 hours, and he simply held, over and over, a light the size of a grain of rice. By the end of it, he could hold it for 3 minutes without trembling. His mouth tasted of copper the rest of the evening. The day after that, he held it for 5 minutes. The day after that, for 10. On the 7th day with Sonia, he fired his first heilig fail into a target she had set up at the far end of the classroom, a thick, ancient oak plank that had clearly been used as a target by a long line of students before him. The arrow left his finger with a small, clean sound, like someone plucking a string. It struck the plank exactly where he had looked. It did not explode. It did not burn. It simply sank in and held, quivering, a small cross of blue-white light embedded in the wood an inch deep. Hermione clapped once, sharply, and then looked abashed. "Well?" Harry asked. Sonia inspected the plank. She put her hand on it. She closed her eyes. She opened them. "Clean," she said. "Controlled, small, good. Small is discipline. Large is pride, you remembered." She turned to him. "Now, the other thing I must teach you before my brother comes again, and he will come again, Harry, is the defense we call blood vein. Blood vein. It hardens the skin from within. It is what will keep you alive when he tries to cut you. He will try to cut you. He has tried to cut every child of our line in the last 6 generations. It is a test. Do not assume the test is only a test. He sometimes forgets. He sometimes forgets that he's testing and just cuts. Yes, lovely family. We did not choose it," Sonia said, "and I am sorry for that." The weeks slid forward like that. Training in the morning, training at midday, training in the evening. Classes in between. His marks, surprisingly, did not suffer. If anything, they rose. He had begun to be able to see the structure of spells when Flitwick demonstrated them, and Flitwick had caught him at it, and had begun, quietly without fanfare, to teach Harry small, precise charms that no ordinary student was given until 6th year had turned into 7th. Flitwick, for his part, had quickly deduced more than Harry had told him. He never asked. He simply expanded his teaching. Rowell, meanwhile, had not come near Harry in class. He had assigned essays. He had graded them fairly. He had made no attempt at further sparring. Hermione, watching him at dinner from her seat at Gryffindor table, had said under her breath one evening, "He's waiting." "For what?" Ron asked. "To be told what to do. He has an instruction and it hasn't come yet. Look at him. He's a man waiting for a letter." Harry had looked. Rowell had been slicing a piece of beef very neatly, very small, and not eating it. He had been watching the main doors of the great hall the whole meal. The letter, when it came on a Wednesday at breakfast by a small dark owl with no seal. It landed in front of Rowell. He did not open it. He tucked it into his sleeve. He stood. He left the hall quite calmly. He did not come back for dinner, and he did not come to any of his classes the following day. And on the day after that, Professor Dumbledore announced to the school, in a tone of quiet regret, that Professor Rowell had been called away on urgent family business, and that a temporary replacement would be arriving shortly. Harry had looked at Sonia, across the staff table, at the moment of the announcement. Sonia had not looked back. She had been looking instead at the second empty chair, the one next to her own, which had been waiting, since her arrival, for a guest. That night in his dormitory, Harry lay awake listening to Ron snore and turned, in his hand under the covers, the small silver cross Sonia had given him on the night of the moon. It was warm. It had been warm all day. It had been, he realized, growing warmer by the hour. Somewhere, something was drawing closer. Somewhere, something that had been patient for 2 weeks had decided that patience was a virtue of other men. He pressed the cross against his wrist, where the scar was. It dimmed once and then steadied. A faint thread of comfort traveled up his arm. "All right," he whispered. "Come on, then, I'll be ready." He drifted, eventually, toward sleep, and as he drifted, he let his senses drift as well. They had grown long in the weeks of his training in a way that still astonished him. He could feel, without moving, the 4 boys asleep in the beds around him, Ron's heavy, uncomplicated presence, Neville's softer and warmer one, Seamus's fitful one, Dean's deep and slow. He could feel the castle itself, as he had begun to do, as a kind of low, steady hum that carried every corridor and every stair in a web of faint, humming thread. He could feel Hermione, 2 floors up and a corridor over, reading by Lumos long after she should have been asleep, and the part of him that had long since loved her for it made him, in the dark, smile. He could feel something else, too. Something that had not been in the castle a week ago and was in the castle now. It was a small, dense presence. It was very close. It was, if he was not imagining things, in the West Tower, 3 floors up, in a guest chamber that had been empty since before Christmas. It was not moving. It was waiting. It had, he thought, probably been waiting for some hours. Its patience had the quality of a spider's patience, not motionless out of restfulness, but motionless out of intention. He thought, very carefully, the second empty chair. He thought, Sonia's guest. He thought, for whom? He slept badly. He dreamed of a cross with 5 points, turning in empty air, and of a tall man in a pale gray coat with cropped hair, and of a pair of long, clean fingers unrolling a small scroll that bore no seal. The man in the dream looked up directly at Harry, and for the first time in any dream, knew he was being dreamed of, and smiled at him with the corner of his mouth, as if to say, "I know you see me. I wanted you to. Good night, cousin. We will meet soon." Harry woke with the silver cross hot against his palm and his pillow wet where sweat had dried and cooled. Outside the window, dawn was beginning. The first thin gray line of it lay along the edge of the forbidden forest. In the West Tower, 3 floors up, a pair of long, clean fingers set down a half-drunk glass of water the color of starlight, and a mouth very used to smiling with only its corner said, aloud to no one, "Today, I think." He did not hurry. He never hurried. He poured a second glass of water the color of starlight, drank it slowly, washed the glass, dried the glass, set it back onto a small silver tray. He smoothed his coat. He touched once the cross at his throat, a small unconscious habit, a tick of a devout man or of a superstitious one. He was, on that particular morning, not entirely certain which he was. He walked to the window. He looked at the long gray line of dawn. He stayed there for a long, slow minute, the kind of minute people who have been alive a very long time use as a kind of payment, one small tribute to the world for letting them keep breathing in it. Somewhere, down in the castle, a boy was waking up. Somewhere, down in the castle, a sister he had not seen in 31 years was eating breakfast without him. Somewhere, down in the castle, the old man he had made a pact with long ago was, right now, sealing and unsealing his fingers in front of a fire, and thinking through every possible angle of what the coming day would bring. Jugrin, because that was, though Harry did not know it yet, his name, smiled without moving the rest of his face, and the smile lived only in the corner of his mouth, where his sister's smile had also always lived, and where it would, one day, in a child not yet born, live again. Today, he said again, quietly, and went to dress. Chapter 2 end. Chapter 3, Reiatsu and Reasoning. The ministry woman arrived at Hogwarts on a Thursday, in a small black carriage drawn by a pair of unremarkable gray hippogriffs, and every instinct Harry had learned in the past 3 weeks went quiet when he saw her. It was not a restful quiet. It was the quiet of a room where the kettle has just been unplugged from the wall, a silence that had been, a moment before, a sound. "She's dampening," Hermione murmured, beside him at the tower window. "She's actually dampening." Dampening what? Ambient magic. Look at the weather. Harry looked. The weather, which had been overcast and drizzly all morning in the way only Scottish autumns really understood, had become, around the small black carriage, unnaturally still. The drizzle stopped at a perfect circle some 20 feet across the woman. The wind, at the same boundary, died. Inside that circle, the grass did not move. Outside it, the grass did. "She carries a ward," Hermione said. "Personal, ministry issue, I think, Inquisition grade." Inquisition, Internal Magical Investigations. IMI, formerly the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. They renamed it twice for public relations reasons. Nobody was fooled. Her title's probably Magical Creature Classification Officer. Or worse. Let me see. She lifted a pair of brass opera glasses to her eyes that she definitely had not had a moment before. Harry did not ask. He had stopped asking. Hermione, over the last 3 weeks, had begun producing items from her bag that appeared to have been pre-catalogued for precisely this level of emergency, and he suspected she had been expecting someone like the woman below for considerably longer than he had been. "Dolor's Marchbanks," Hermione said after a moment. "She's got her identification pinned to her collar. Senior Undersecretary to the head of Magical Creature Classification. Oh, Harry. Oh, number. What? She brought a quill. Hermione, everybody brings a quill. Not that kind." They went downstairs. Dumbledore had received the woman in the entrance hall because he had refused, Harry learned later, to receive her anywhere that could be mistaken for his office. He had met her at the threshold, in full view of any student who happened to be passing, and had offered her, in the same tone of voice an innkeeper might offer a suspicious guest a chair near the draftiest window, a small courtesy. "Madam Marchbanks," he said mildly, "we are pleased to host you. Headmaster." Her voice was small, sweet, and distressingly precise. She was a woman of about 50, short and round-faced, in a tailored pink-gray traveling cloak that was, Harry noted at once, exactly as tight around the throat as a collar could be without being called one. She smelled, faintly, of violets and something industrial underneath. "I won't keep you long. I've come about the Potter boy. A formal interview. Signed warrant in my satchel. The department has received communications that suggest a necessary reclassification review. We hope to conclude the matter before luncheon." "Reclassification review," Dumbledore said slowly. "Yes, headmaster, standard procedure." She produced, from a small leather satchel, a parchment bearing several seals. One of them, Harry could see even from across the hall, was the ministry's, and one of them, distressingly, was not. It was a red seal. "The department has received reports suggesting that Mr. Potter may no longer meet the classification of being." Specifically, reports suggest the manifestation of certain non-human physiological features. Tail, for instance, altered ocular structures, subvocal resonance, etc. We are obliged to determine at the earliest opportunity whether Mr. Potter should be reclassified. For his protection, naturally. Naturally, Dumbledore said, as you know, a being must meet certain criteria of, I am aware of the criteria, madam. Quite. Well, I'll need the boy in a private room. An hour should suffice. 2, if he's difficult. You, of course, may observe from behind a screen ministry courtesy, headmaster, I hope you appreciate. I will sit with him, Dumbledore said. No, headmaster, with respect, you will not. Procedure requires, procedure, Dumbledore said, still mildly, will accommodate me, or the interview will not occur. She smiled thinly. I'll need that in writing. You shall have it. Harry took a breath. Hermione and Ron had, without any particular arrangement, moved to flank him without making it look as though they had moved to flank him. Sonia, he realized with a small jolt, had materialized against a pillar some 12 feet away, her hood up, her hands folded inside her sleeves, watching Marchbanks without appearing to watch anything at all. Master Ide was in the south corridor, apparently examining a tapestry. He was, in fact, standing with his weight on the balls of his feet and one hand resting lightly on the carved wooden flute across his chest. Harry had never in his life been better guarded. Mr. Potter, Marchbanks called. Would you be so kind? He stepped forward. He kept his breathing even, in for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. The candle under his sternum, his hearth, remained small and steady. The pressure at the back of his eyes remained shut behind its door. The risea around him, faintly blue, rested. Every instinct he had been teaching himself for 3 weeks told him, you are a boy today, not an inheritance. A boy, come back to being a boy. Ma'am, he said. She looked up at him. She smiled with her teeth. It was a nice smile. It had been practiced in a mirror. Nothing about it touched her eyes. Mr. Potter, a few questions. Private, I'm afraid. Follow me. They went to a small antechamber just off the entrance hall, a room Harry had walked past for 6 years and never entered, a room that smelled of old paper and disuse. Dumbledore followed. Marchbanks did not complain. She simply set a second chair for him with her wand, conjured, precise, pink-gray like her cloak, without ever saying a word about his presence. She was, Harry thought, adjusting, recalculating. He watched her do it. She sat. She produced from her satchel a long parchment, a black inkwell, and Hermione had been right, a quill. It was a sharp, elegant, black-shafted thing with a point so fine it caught the light like a pin. She laid it deliberately on the table. Harry had read about those quills in a book Hermione had pressed on him at the start of his 5th year. They wrote not in ink, but in the skin of the person answering the questions. Every answer cost the person his blood. Polite society had decided some decades ago that they were barbaric. Polite society had nevertheless not banned them. Mr. Potter, do you understand the nature of this inquiry? I believe so, ma'am. Do you consent to answer my questions? I consent to answer appropriate questions, ma'am. Commendable. Her smile sharpened a fraction. We'll begin. State your full name for the record. Harry James Potter. The quill, unprompted, scratched the words on the parchment. Harry's arm on the table tingled faintly. He glanced at Dumbledore. The old man was utterly still. State your place of birth. Godric's Hollow, England, the quill wrote. His arm tingled a fraction harder. Mr. Potter, Marchbanks said, would you please roll back your left sleeve? Harry did not move. Mr. Potter, we are cooperating. I'll answer questions, ma'am. I'm not a specimen. I'll remind you, Marchbanks said, the sweetness in her voice going just a little vinegary at the edges, that a reclassification inquiry is not an optional proceeding. Visual examination is part of the procedure. We are required to observe anomalies. I am aware of what you are required to do, madam, Dumbledore said. I am also aware of what you are not permitted to do. Please place your hand flat on the table, palm up. I beg your pardon. You heard me. Headmaster, I am not the subject of this. You are in my school. Place your hand flat on the table. I will know what you are carrying on your person. I will not have my student bled by an undeclared instrument simply because a department found a clever workaround. I am not, madam. She looked at him. For a half-second, her face went entirely still, entirely blank, the face a predator makes when it realizes the creature it has been stalking is not the creature it believed it was stalking. Then she smiled again. She laid her hand, palm up, flat on the table. Dumbledore flicked a single finger. A faint, golden shimmer passed over her open palm and across the desk. It lingered on the black quill, which gleamed briefly the same faint gold. Then it lingered over her left cuff, which gleamed the same faint gold. Then it lingered over the small locket at her breast, which gleamed this time a deeper, duskier color. "Ah," said Dumbledore. "Ah," said Marchbanks, unperturbed. The quill, the cuff pin, and the locket, Dumbledore said, almost chatty. 3 separate blood dancer enchantments, woven in parallel to defeat a single counter. Very elegant work. I compliment whoever drafted them. They were not, I assume, drafted inside the ministry. Ministry authorized, headmaster. I did not ask whether they were authorized. I asked whether they were drafted there. You need not answer. The locket is not the department's pattern. It is too old and too tidy. You will remove it now along with the cuff pin. The quill, he flicked a finger, and the quill on the desk went dull, ordinary, unnoticeable, has been dispelled. Continue the interview or leave the castle. She considered him. Then smoothly she unpinned the pin. She unclasped the locket. She laid them both on the desk. She did not look at Harry. Mr. Potter. Roll back your left sleeve. Harry did not look at Dumbledore. He looked at her. No, he said. She paused. No, ma'am, I haven't consented to visual examination. If you'd like my arm, you can bring a warrant with my name on it, not a generic inquiry warrant. I understand procedure too. A generic warrant covers oral questioning, not physical inspection. The sweetness left her face entirely. Mr. Potter, you are a minor. Yes, ma'am. You are not qualified to. I am qualified, ma'am, to decline. That's the minimum qualification there is. It belongs even to a minor. Somewhere behind his ribs, the hearth flickered. Not flared, flickered. A small, warm, grinning flicker. Good, something in him said approvingly. Marchbanks pressed her small hands flat to the table. When she spoke again, her voice was thinner. Very well, verbal only. Please describe, in your own words, any physical anomalies you have experienced in the past 2 months. No. No, ma'am. I don't believe anomalies is an accurate description. I have experienced in the last 2 months a series of things I'm still sorting through. Calling them anomalies means agreeing with your department's classification, which is what this interview is supposed to determine, not presume. She stared at him. Her eyes had gone pale with, he realized, surprise. Under the surprise was something else. The surprise was that the boy in front of her was not afraid of her. The something else was, no, he thought clearly, greed. Mr. Potter, would you at least describe, generally, the experiences you have had? I have grown in the last 6 weeks, Harry said carefully, in a way many 6th years grow. My sight is sharper. I've started to feel the weight of rooms. I've started to understand spells I didn't understand before. My breathing is deeper. My reaction time is better. My mother was a Muggle-born witch. Her line, according to Professor Dumbledore, carried more than was commonly realized. I have begun to come into that inheritance as many wizards do around my age. That is, he chose the word deliberately, unremarkable. Unremarkable, she echoed. Yes, ma'am. A tale is unremarkable, Harry smiled. He did not intend to smile. The smile happened on his mouth, and he realized, a beat later, it had happened because the part of him that had been listening from behind his eyes was very, very amused. I have no comment on specific physiological rumors, ma'am, except to note that the department's sources have not been invited to observe me personally, and that rumor is not evidence in a reclassification inquiry. You will need direct observation by a qualified party during business hours with consent. You don't have any of those yet. I'll be happy to review a fully compliant request in due course. She sat very still. For a moment, nobody spoke. Mr. Potter, she said at last, in a voice like a dry leaf scraping across pavement. You are extremely well coached for your age. "I read, ma'am." "Yes," she said. "Yes, I rather think you do." She gathered her things. She stood. She smiled at Dumbledore, and the smile was not sweet at all this time. It was the smile of a woman who had come for a victory, had not gotten one, and was revising in real time her plan for getting one later. "Headmaster, a pleasure as always." "Madam." "The pleasure is entirely mine." At the threshold of the little room, she paused. She turned. She looked past Dumbledore at Harry. For the first time she looked at him, Harry thought, as a person rather than a file. "Be careful, Mr. Potter," she said. "There are people in our world who will see what you are becoming and will not see a boy at all. They will see an asset. You have a very famous name. That name has historically belonged to very ordinary men. If your body does not intend to remain ordinary, you will need a plan that was not written for an ordinary boy with a famous name. Think about that when you've time." Harry blinked. "Ma'am, is that a warning or a threat?" "It is a professional observation," she said. She adjusted her gloves. "I am required now to file a pending report. My superiors will almost certainly send a second interviewer within 3 weeks. He will not be as polite as I was. He will not be stopped by locks on quills. You would do well in the intervening time to acquire a lawyer. Preferably an ancient one who has, in his career, personally offended 3 ministers and survived it. Good afternoon." She left. She took her instruments with her. She did not look back. When the door closed, Harry sank into his chair. The hearth under his sternum, which he had been holding small the entire interview, released a small, pleased puff of warmth up into his throat. He laughed, unsteadily. "That," Dumbledore said in a quiet, delighted voice, "was the best exhibition of self-discipline I have seen from a 6th year in my career, and I have known some very good 6th years. Miss Granger coached you. For 2 hours last night. Send her my warm regards. Do not tell her I said warm. She will tease me about it." "Yes, sir." The quill, incidentally, had a very old family crest on its shaft just above the nib. I read it while I was disabling it. It was an eagle with 5 tail feathers splayed. "Does that design mean anything to you?" "The eagle, no, sir, not too Harry paused. "Sonia has the same, on her cloak pin." "Yes, her family's. Her family made that quill, perhaps 200 years ago, before their line and the ministries ever had any formal contact. Marchbanks was carrying it. Marchbanks, therefore, is in service, directly or indirectly, to Sonia's brother. We knew this was likely. We now know it is certain." "Jugrin," Harry said, and felt the word sit strangely in his mouth. "Yes, Jugrin." Dumbledore's blue eyes went very serious. "And Harry, sir, Madame Marchbanks is not herself evil. She is afraid and ambitious and operating in a system that is itself afraid and ambitious. Do not hate her. She will come again. Hating her will make her stronger. Understanding her will make you stronger." "Yes, sir." That afternoon, before anything else, Dumbledore asked Harry to walk with him in the grounds. Just the 2 of them. Under a sky that had begun, at last, to drizzle again, as if the weather itself had been waiting for Marchbanks to leave before remembering how to be Scottish. They walked toward the lake. Dumbledore did not speak for a long time. Harry, who had been training for the last 6 weeks in many kinds of patience, did not mind. He put his hands in his pockets. The hearth under his sternum, warm and small, held. The pressure behind his eyes sat politely behind its door. At the edge of the lake, Dumbledore stopped. "Harry," he said, "I owe you another apology. I suspect I will owe you a great many of them by the end of this year. Please be patient with me. I am old, and my ways of being careful have historically been mistaken by people I love for ways of being secretive. They are not always the same thing. Sometimes, regrettably, they are. Sir, the 5th inheritance. I told you some weeks ago that I was not prepared to name it. I am now prepared to name it, or at least to name my guess. Some of it may be wrong." "Yes, sir." Dumbledore looked out at the water. His long white hands, folded in front of him, were very, very still. "There is an old magical lineage," he said. "That was never quite a family and never quite a clan. It was, instead, a vocation. Men and women with an unusual capacity, an unusual willingness, if you prefer, to sit with death. To stand beside those who were dying without flinching, without promising, without looking away. This vocation over centuries drew certain individuals toward it. Some of them were magical. Some of them were not. Over time, among the magical, a kind of inheritance took shape. Not of power, precisely, of, call it aptitude, call it nerve. The power came later, when the vocation met the right enemy. The enemy, sir. The dead who refuse to be dead, Harry. The hungry ones. There are traditions that call them by many names. The ones my teachers knew called them the hollow. They are what is left behind when a soul is wounded in a way the natural world cannot mend, and they feed on the living to fill the wound. They are very rare in Britain. They are less rare elsewhere. The family you inherited the Heilig Fail from the Quincy were shaped by the same enemy from the other direction. They hunt it. They kill it without distinction. The vocation I am describing does not kill. It escorts. It asks the hollow what it lost. It listens. It persuades. And in the very rare cases where listening and persuasion cannot be enough, it then, and only then, cuts. Cuts with what? With a sword that is not a sword, Harry. With a blade made of one's own spirit. Drawn from within, shaped by one's own character, wielded only while the discipline holds. Your Shinigami inheritance, I believe, comes through your mother, not through the blood of her parents, who were muggles, but through a far older grafting of the line, in a generation that does not appear in any Potter family tree. You are the first in many generations on that side to show signs of it. Your tale is noisy, Harry. Your eyes are loud. Your cross on the wrist is unmistakable, but your fifth inheritance, the vocation, is quiet. It is why you have not been pulled apart by the others. A Shinigami has the temperament, above all, to hold, to preside, to not be broken by what it contains. I believe that is what has kept you these past weeks from losing yourself. And I believe, he turned and his old blue eyes were fierce, that it is what I have been watching grow in you since your 3rd year, long before the others showed themselves. You have always been this, Harry. You only now have language for it. Harry did not know what to say to that. His eyes filled and he did not know why. He looked out at the lake until they stopped. Sir, he said at length. Does it have a weapon for me? It will. Not today, not for some months. The weapon reveals itself when the bearer is ready to hold it. I am told the process is uncomfortable. Lovely. I am told it also saves one's life. Fair trade. Dumbledore smiled, very small. Harry, he said, one more thing. Yes, sir. If my guess is right, and I believe it is, then there is at least one other person in this castle who has the same vocation as you. A teacher, I should add. A colleague I trust very little and owe very much. When the moment comes, that person will find you, and you will know that he is one of yours. You will be confused. You will wish to argue. I beg you to listen to him anyway, at least for as long as it takes him to say one sentence. Snape, Harry said, automatically. Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened. Do you know that, or do you guess it? I guess. He has always known when to stand in a particular place, sir. I have always resented him for it. I resented him for it yesterday. I did not know why. Ah, said Dumbledore, and laughed once quietly in a way Harry had very seldom heard him laugh. Ah, Harry, you have grown in the last 6 weeks, perhaps 10 years. Be kind to your old headmaster. I am not ready to see you grown up. You don't have to be ready, sir. Number 1 never is. Never mind. Come, let us walk back. I believe, if I am not mistaken, that a certain pale woman is about to teach you how to read people's Ryatsu, and we do not wish to be late. They walked back. That afternoon, for the first time, Sonia began to teach Harry to sense and read the Ryatsu of other people in the castle. It is not spying, she said, as they sat on the rug in the hidden classroom. Hermione, on her stool by the wall, had been furiously taking notes. Ron, on a second stool Hermione had dragged in for him, had been trying, not very successfully, to learn how to draw a Heilig Fail himself. He had produced, that morning, a single shimmering point that lasted almost 2 full seconds before it disintegrated, and Sonia had been moved to say, "Not bad," which from Sonia was roughly equivalent to a standing ovation. Harry, listen, this is not spying. We do not pry into people. We learn their signatures the way a shepherd learns the bleats of his particular sheep. You will learn, over time, the footprint of every person you know well. You will learn this is important, the footprint of every person you do not yet know and distrust. When one of them enters a room, you will know. This is defense, only defense. It is not an excuse to listen to Hermione's diary. I don't care, Harry. Pay attention, close your eyes. He closed his eyes. He breathed. He opened behind his eyelids the door that led to the blue-white net. He reached gently outward. The room held 4 people. Sonia, vast, still, cathedral cold. Hermione, a small, warm, structured thing like a library with all its lamps lit. Ron, a broader, looser presence, friendly, brightly colored, like a taproom on a winter night. And himself, whom he could feel as a kind of layered echo, several things at once, not quite in agreement. He pushed further, beyond the walls. McGonagall, 3 floors down, sharp and clean as cut glass. Flitwick in a corridor, bright as a struck match. Snape, somewhere deep, cold and coiled and reading. He was always reading, and Harry skipped past him quickly, because Snape's signature had in it a thread of something that Harry did not yet have the courage to follow. Deeper, out into the grounds. The small, bright children of Hufflepuff gathered in a ring near a greenhouse. Hagrid, a warm, slow bonfire shape out by his hut. The centaurs in the forest, a constellation of thin, cautious signatures, each one wary of the others in the way only centaurs could be. And farther at the edge of his range, a single signature that made him open his eyes. "What is it?" Sonia asked. "Someone at the edge of the forest, close to the boundary, not moving. Describe, sharp or diffuse, heavy or light, warm or cold." "Sharp, light, cold, very cold, not human cold, like metal in winter." Sonia's face did not move. "That is not my brother, that is one of his. Go no further today." "How many are his?" "More than you want to know, fewer than you fear. I will teach you to spot them quickly. Your task for tomorrow is to sense that one at dawn, at noon, and at dusk, and to tell me if it has moved. Nothing more. Do not approach it. Do not announce to it that you have noticed it. It will not notice you back if you are careful. If it does notice you, it will come. If it comes," she looked at him steadily, "you will run. That is an order." "Yes, Sonia." "Good." That night in bed, Harry lay awake and reached out one last time before sleep. The cold metal signature at the edge of the forest had not moved. The blue-white net settled around him like a cloak. The hearth in his chest hummed. The pressure behind his eyes rested behind its door. He thought of Marchbanks, of what she had said about an asset rather than a boy, of the locket she had worn, of the eagle with 5 tail feathers on the quill, of Sonia's brother, somewhere in the West Tower, of Roll, somewhere not in the castle anymore, of Bridget Mallow, asleep in the hospital wing with her mother beside her, and Omar Patel and Celia Ardley still missing. He thought, I have become a question my government wants to answer. I have become a chess piece 3 sides of a chessboard want to move. Dumbledore is one of those sides. My bloodlines are another. My enemy, friend, family is the third, he thought carefully, and me, and me, and me. The hearth flickered warmly in response. "All right," he whispered to the ceiling. "All right, I am me, I'm Harry, I'm not an asset, I'm not a specimen, I'm not a classification. I'm a boy in a bed who has friends down the corridor. And anyone who tries to forget that is going to learn, very quickly, what my answer is." He slept. The next day at dawn, he reached out across the grounds and felt the cold metal signature at the edge of the forest. It had not moved. At noon, it had not moved. At dusk, it had not moved. He reported this to Sonia. Sonia, without comment, took him into the hidden classroom and made him stand for an hour holding a Heilig Fail steady in his open palm while she walked around him, as if inspecting a statue. Then she said, "You will be ready for him. Not yet, but soon. Tomorrow we work on Bloodline." At breakfast the next morning, Hermione set a slip of parchment beside Harry's plate. Without a word, and without looking up from her porridge, she slid it under the edge of his cup and continued to eat. Harry picked the parchment up. It was a page torn, he realized, from the ancient book she had been chaining around her wrist for 2 days. The page was about the 5 families. It was written in a formal, crabbed Latin that Hermione had, in her own neat hand, translated in the margins. The 5 families were named in capitals across the top of the page, with small woodcut sigils beside each. The first was marked UCHIHA, the sigil of fan. The second was marked SAIYAN, the sigil a circle containing a crescent moon. The third was marked breathing SDYLES, the sigil of flame. The fourth was marked Quincy, the sigil the five-pointed cross he now knew intimately. The fifth was marked, and here Hermione's handwriting had gone so crabbed from excitement that Harry had to squint, SHINIGMI, and the sigil was a pair of empty hands, palms upward, as if holding something invisible. Beside the fifth, in Hermione's sharpest, neatest, angriest hand, she had written 2 words. Harry read. He looked at her across the table. She did not look back. Under the table, her shoe touched his ankle. Twice, he read. The Shinigami family, according to the book, were not strictly a family. They were a role, a duty, a borrowed power, granted to those born with a certain capacity for what the book called sincere compassion under pressure. The power was not, in itself, genetic, but the capacity for it, the book argued, here Hermione had underlined something 3 times, was carried in the bloodline that had once belonged to a woman named Lily, and which had, through a younger daughter 100 generations ago, crossed into Britain, and which Harry Potter apparently had. That, the book argued, was why he was able to hold together the other 4 without breaking. The other 4 would have ripped an ordinary inheritor into 4 quarreling bodies. A Shinigami did not quarrel. A Shinigami, the book said, presided. Hermione had written at the bottom of the page your mother's side, your actual mother, not Dumbledore's guess. Yours, read it again, he read it again. He tasted copper, he looked up. This time she did look back at him and her eyes were wet. Dumbledore knew, Harry said. He suspected, Hermione said quietly. He did not know, he said so, and Harry, this wasn't in the library. Where was it? It was in, she lowered her voice to a whisper, my trunk. In my trunk this morning when I opened it for the first time since last night. It was not there yesterday. Someone put it there while I was asleep, which I cannot. Sonia, Harry said immediately. Sonia doesn't have access to our tower. Who does? I don't, it's not Dumbledore, he'd just have told us. Harry, someone put this in my trunk and I don't know if that someone is on our side or not. Harry looked at the page. He looked at the sigil of the open hands. Then he felt under his sternum the hearth flicker. It flickered approvingly. It said, in the wordless way it had gotten used to saying things, friend, not enemy, friend. It's Snape, Harry said, suddenly sure. Snape! It's Snape. It has to be Snape. It was in his handwriting style. Look at the margin, no, not yours, the Latin look, those long TS. He's been watching the whole time. He's on our side, Hermione. Harry, he's on our side. We don't know that yet, and please, for the love of Merlin, don't say it at breakfast. They said nothing else at breakfast. Later, walking up to a Sonia lesson, Hermione caught Harry's sleeve at a corner. If it's Snape, she whispered, then Dumbledore knows too. Then Dumbledore has been feeding you information through Snape without telling us. Then Dumbledore doesn't trust us with the main chain. Or, Harry said, he trusts us enough to let us find it ourselves. You know how he teaches. I hate how he teaches. I know you do, so do I a little. We will discuss this later, and by discuss, I mean I will shout about it and you will nod. Agreed. In the Sonia lesson, Harry learned his first halting draft of Bloodline. It was an ugly, uncomfortable trick at first, a hardening in the skin of the rise he had learned to draw. It made his forearms itch. It made his cheeks feel tight. It made, when he breathed wrong, a faint blue-white vein pattern show beneath the skin on his neck, which had, Sonia warned him, been the trademark wince of every amateur Bloodline user who had ever existed. Don't let anyone see that, she said dryly. It is a signature as clear as a shouted name. Practice in private until the veins do not show. Then practice in public until the veins never show. How long does that take? Some people a year, some people, she glanced at him, amused, a week. I'm not going to be a week. You are maddeningly going to be 2 weeks, which is 11 months faster than the last pupil I took. I am pretending not to find it infuriating. I fail again. They trained. He flinched a little less each time. The veins grew a little less blue each time. By the end of the afternoon, he could take, on a Bloodline-hardened forearm, a light smack of Sonia's open hand, and not even sway. By the end of the next afternoon, he could take a harder one. By the end of the afternoon after that, she slapped him with her full strength and he stood, grinning stupidly, unharmed. "Now," she said, "the real test." She punched him. She punched him hard. He had not seen the punch coming because she had thrown it without the minute tells he had started picking up on, and it landed square on his solar plexus, and the air went out of him in a single rush, and he sat down on the rug very abruptly. His blood vein had held. He was not injured. But his diaphragm had decided, for 10 seconds, that it was retiring. Ron, on his stool, yelped. "That was not kind," Harry wheezed from the rug. "Kindness," Sonia said, "is for boys who do not have my brother trying to catch them alone in corridors. Get up." He got up. 2 days later, as he was coming up from the dungeons after potions, Snape had, to Harry's continued satisfaction, said absolutely nothing to him all lesson except for a single, dry, utterly Snape-like, "Potter, your knife work has improved. I assume, regrettably, that you have been practicing." Harry felt the cold metal signature at the edge of the forest move for the first time. It did not come toward the castle. It moved, instead, westward around the boundary, keeping its distance. It paused. It paused again. It paused a third time. Each time it paused, Harry felt a faint, sharp probing, not inward against the castle wards, but outward into the trees, as if the signature were listening for something specific. He reached Sonia with his breath unsteady. It moved. Describe. Westward, listening, stopping, not coming here. Good, that is not a hunter tracking. That is a scout searching. My brother is not yet confident of his prize. He is making sure of the ground. We have perhaps 3 days, perhaps 4. 3 days until what? Sonia smiled without her eyes. Until he comes for you. That night, Hermione produced, from the same leather notebook, a second list. It was titled, simply, "People in the castle who are not who they say they are." It had 3 names on it. One of them was Roll, crossed out. One of them was Marchbanks, not crossed out. The third was a name Harry did not recognize, a 7th-year Slytherin named Aaron Wolvers, whom Harry had never spoken to in his life. "Who's Wolvers?" "A prefect, very quiet, very good at charms. Has not attended prefects' meetings in 2 weeks, which nobody has commented on because he is very quiet and apparently easy to forget. I have had an eye on him since the day Bridget Mallow named her kidnappers. She described a boy at the place she was kept who matched his description exactly. She did not know his name. I do. How sure are you? 80%. I'd like to be 90 before I bring it to Dumbledore. I think I'll get to 90 in 2 days. 2 days. Which is, Hermione said grimly, apparently when we run out of time. Harry set down the list. He ran his hand over his face. The tail, coiled companionably around his ankle under the table, gave a small, sympathetic squeeze. They went together to find Dumbledore. They did not find him in his office. They did not find him in the staff room. They found him in the hospital wing, sitting in a chair by a bed that had not been occupied that morning. A boy lay in the bed, a tall, narrow boy with a hooked nose and a scattering of freckles, and Harry recognized him at once, even under the bruising and the pallor and the bandage around one eye. Omar Patel, the Ravenclaw keeper. Madame Pomfrey came to the door. Her face was grim. "He was found on the edge of the forest 10 minutes ago, by Hagrid. He is alive. He will recover. His parents have been sent for. The girl Celia Ardley was not with him. I have not asked him about her yet, and I will not until tomorrow." "Who brought him out?" Dumbledore asked. "Nobody. He walked. From the forest. From the forest. He collapsed on the lawn. Hagrid carried him the rest." Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "He will remember nothing that matters." "Nothing that matters. Number somebody took his memories of the place cleanly. Not well, I can see the edges, but thoroughly. He knows he was taken. He does not know by whom. He knows he was held. He does not know where. He was allowed to leave." "Yes, headmaster, I believe so." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "A gift," he said very softly, "from a brother to a sister. Come, Harry, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. There is nothing more here to do tonight. Madame Pomfrey will send for us if he stirs." In the corridor, Harry murmured, "Why would Jugrin send him back?" "To show her," Dumbledore said. "To show Sonia that he is generous. to show her obliquely that he could have kept the boy and chose not to soften her tomorrow when she refuses to hand you over. It is a very old family tactic. It will not work on her. She has watched him do it for 3 decades, but he will try. And Celia is still with him, yes. And he'll keep her until he has what he wants, yes. Harry set his jaw. We're going to get her back, sir. We are, Harry, yes, we are. But not tonight. Tonight we sleep. Tonight we prepare. Tomorrow we move if we are asked to move. We are running out of time, and the trick of running out of time is to spend what one has left wisely. Wisely. Not quickly. Not heroically. Wisely. Yes, sir. Good. Hermione walked ahead of Harry up the stair, and Ron fell back to walk beside him. Ron was quiet for Ron. After a long moment, he nudged Harry with his elbow. Mate, he said. You'll tell us when the time comes, yeah? The time for what? For the thing, the big thing, the whatever it is that's coming. You'll tell us before it happens, not after. Promise me that. Harry thought about it. He could have made a speech about how he did not want to drag them in. He could have made a smaller speech about how he did not want to be told number, but he knew Ron. Ron had heard every one of those speeches before and had refused every one of them politely on the simple grounds that Harry was his friend, and a friend did not get to go alone into a dark room and call it kindness. Yeah, Harry said. I promise before, not after. Right then. Ron bumped shoulders with him. Good, Hermione, did you hear that? It's recorded. I'm calling you as witness. I heard him, Hermione said without turning around. I will be drawing up an actual document tomorrow. It will be signed in triplicate. We are not doing last year again. Last year, Harry, you ran into the Department of Mysteries without us for a critical 20 minutes, during which I was knocked unconscious by a hex I would have ducked if you had let me come in formation, and which I have been, for your information, privately furious about for 18 months. Not angrily furious, cleanly furious, filed and shelved furious. This year we go as a unit. Sign the document. I'll sign it. Good. They reached the fat lady. The fat lady was already half asleep. She blinked open one painted eye, looked at them without a single joke, which was how Harry knew the whole castle was preparing in its own slow way for something, and swung open without waiting for the password. Hermione. Yes, I'm going to be all right. She looked up. Her eyes were bright. I know. I want you to be all right too. I know. Don't get yourself in front of anything for me. Don't do that, please. She didn't answer. He didn't press. He had said his part. He knew, as he had always known, that she would do exactly what she chose to do, and what she chose would be whatever she believed, in the moment, was right. It was one of the reasons he loved her. Somewhere far below, under the castle, in a cell of stone that Dumbledore himself had not visited in 50 years, a door that had been closed for longer than most men live opened 1/4 of an inch. Inside, something that had been waiting a very long time for a Potter to say the word answer, out loud smiled in the dark. Chapter 3 end. Chapter 4. Clan of 1 Hogsmeade on a Saturday in late October should have been a cheerful place, and for the first hour it was. The sky had committed to a clear, hard blue. The cobbles were dry. The lamps, not yet lit, carried the first thin promise of early dusk. Smoke rose from every chimney in crooked, friendly lines. Children thundered up and down the length of the high street in clusters, their cloaks slapping, their breath steaming, because that was the other thing, the cold had come at last. The first proper cold of the year. Harry felt it settle against his skin like an old coat. He had come into Hogsmeade with an arrangement nobody had announced and everyone had understood. Ron on his left shoulder, Hermione on his right. Sonia in her long gray cloak, perhaps 30 feet back, appearing to browse a window of scribulous writing implements that she had never once glanced at. Master-eyed, perhaps 30 feet ahead, seated on a bench outside Madame Puddifoot's apparently asleep in the sun. And Dumbledore at the castle, close enough to apparate on short notice. Harry had, that morning, been given a small silver whistle that he had been told, in the firmest voice the headmaster had ever used with him, to blow the instant anything went wrong. He had, tucked carefully into the inside of his cloak, 4 things he had never carried on a Hogsmeade weekend before. The silver whistle, the small silver cross Sonia had given him after the moon, his wand, and a single folded scrap of parchment Hermione had pressed into his palm over breakfast with a look that forbade him to read it in her presence. He had read it on the stair. It had said, in her clearest hand, the 3 sentences, "When the moment comes, you will know. You will want to try for the win. Do not. Get us out." He had tucked it into the inside pocket of his jacket and had, for the entire walk to the village, touched it through the cloth. It had, as a charm will sometimes do when its bearer needs it to, gone faintly, comfortingly warm under his fingers on the 3rd repetition of the gesture, as if Hermione, somewhere a few paces behind him with her own hand in her own pocket on her own identical note, had, without saying anything, sent the note a little bit of her own steadiness to hold. For the first hour, nothing happened. They drank butter beer in the 3 broomsticks. Ron demolished a plate of Madame Rosmerta's beef pie with the efficiency of a man trying to cultivate, if only in his own mind, a physique comparable to Harry's. Hermione ate a small salad and pretended not to watch the door. Harry ate steadily and politely and focused on holding his risey sense at a low, steady hum, the way Sonia had taught him, sensing the whole village at once, not reaching for any one person in it, letting the ambient rhythm of the crowd tell him if a single person's rhythm became wrong. 2 tables over, a cluster of 4th-year Ravenclaws were arguing, merrily and incorrectly, about arithmancy. 3 tables behind him, a knot of Hufflepuffs had fallen into the kind of murmuring Harry recognized as the early stage of a group crush on a boy nobody had yet named. Near the door, a pair of travelers in dusty road cloaks were eating soup and saying little. One of them had ordered nothing. One of them was pretending to eat a bun and had not, Harry could tell from the steady way her soup stayed full, touched a single mouthful in the 15 minutes he had been watching. His hearth flickered in its small way. It was not agitated. It was alert, the way a good dog cocks its head at the approach of a carriage still down the road. He leaned very slightly toward Hermione. "The travelers by the door," he murmured. "2 of them." "I know," Hermione murmured back. "I've been timing them, 15 minutes. One of them hasn't eaten. They've been here since before we sat down. The male has his right hand under the table. The female has both of her hands on the table, but her cuff keeps moving at the wrist, wand up the sleeve." Master-eyed saw them. Master-eyed has been asleep in the sun for 40 minutes. Master-eyed is a menace to all reasonable expectations of what an old man can see with his eyes shut. "Sonia! On her way in, any second now." Sonia came in. She did not look at them. She went to the bar. She ordered a hot lemon water. She paid. She stood at the bar with her back to them, sipping. Nobody in the room, Harry thought, had any idea they were currently standing in a chess game. Butter beer mugs were emptied. The Ravenclaws decamped. The Hufflepuffs followed. The high street outside the 3 broomsticks windows had grown momentarily quieter, as happens in Hogsmeade when the weekend crowd thins between its traditional hotspots. "We walk out," Hermione murmured. "Toward the stationers. We do not look at the travelers. We do not hurry. We do not dawdle. If they follow, we continue. If they do not follow, we turn at the corner and double back behind Honeydukes. Ron, leash yourself. You have your attack face on. I have my neutral face on. You have your attack face on. Neutralize it." Ron neutralized it badly. They walked out. They did not look. They did not hurry. They did not dawdle. The travelers did not follow. They turned at the corner. They doubled back behind Honeydukes. There was a narrow alley there, hardly wider than a broom, with a single lamp already guttering awake at its far end. Harry went first, as he had been told. Hermione and Ron followed in step. Sonia appeared at the mouth of the alley behind them, just for a moment, as a silhouette against the thin sunlight, and then faded back into the crowd. In the middle of the alley, the air shifted. It was not dramatic. It was small. A change in pressure, a dip in temperature, the smell of something that should not have been in an alley behind a sweet shop, the smell of hot resin, of bark catching fire. "Harry," Hermione said very quietly, "I smell it. We are, I know. Master-eyed, Ron, your wand." Ron had his wand out. Harry had his wand out. Hermione had her wand out, and the look on her face was a small, pale, intensely calm look Harry had only seen on her perhaps 3 times in his life. From the far end of the alley, stepping out from a doorway that had been empty a second earlier, came a boy. He was 6th year, by the look of him. He was short, thin, wiry, dressed in muted gray robes with a faint pattern of interlocking flames, not painted on, woven in. The flame pattern caught the light as he moved. His hair was red-black, cropped close to the skull. His face was wide and boyish and entirely wrong, because under the boyishness his eyes had the kind of steady, flat look Harry had learned to read on McGonagall in combat exercises. They were the eyes of a boy who had killed before, and was intending to kill again, and was not particularly troubled by either the memory or the intention. He did not raise a wand. He held, loose in his right hand, a long, slim sword curved at the tip with a plain black lacquer scabbard slung across his back at an angle. He had not drawn it. He did not appear to need to. "Potter," he said. His voice was light. His English was perfect, rung with the faintest trace of someplace Harry did not place. "My name is Akata. I have come on an errand. My errand is to test you. If you fail the test, I will kill you." "Akata," Harry said levelly. "I don't know you." "Number you do not. You will not remember me after. It is a small job, nothing personal." "Nothing personal," Hermione said flatly. "You don't get to say that and mean it. You can say it, but you don't mean it." The boy's eyes flicked to Hermione. For a moment, the smallest moment, his gaze softened, not into pity, but into genuine regard. He inclined his head a fraction to her. "You are right," he said. "Forgive me. I meant it is not malicious. Malicious is not the same as personal. Mr. Potter, I do regret that this has to happen here where you cannot move well. If I had been able to meet you in open ground, I would have done. This is not my choice of stage." "Whose is it?" "Mine," said the boy's companion, stepping out of the same doorway. It was the woman from the 3 broomsticks. Older than the boy by perhaps 10 years. Same muted gray robes, same woven flame pattern, though on her it was not subtle on her. The pattern at the hem of her sleeves glowed faintly with a thread of actual, visible heat. She held no weapon in her hand. She did not need to. Harry could feel at the back of his throat a dry, smoky pressure that was coming off her like heat off a kiln. "You," she said to Harry, "have manifested a breathing style. Did you know that we can feel it on you from a mile?" "I do not speak." "It is very impolite to manifest our family's signature on you without our family's permission." "It's mine," Harry said. "It came with my blood. It's not borrowed." "All of our blood is borrowed, Mr. Potter. The question is who from. I am called Heizuno. I am the flame Hashira of my generation. The little one with the sword is my student. Akata. He will not kill you today unless I tell him to. I will not tell him to if you answer my questions honestly." Hermione's wand did not move, but Harry could tell in his risy sense that a small, coiled pattern was gathering behind her. Ron's wand was steady. Harry could feel Sonia at the mouth of the alley, not yet moving, waiting, letting Harry speak first, because she knew a Hashira when she felt one, and a Hashira would feel an intrusion and treat it as insult. "Ask," Harry said. "Who taught you the style?" Master Suzerain eyed. Heizuno's face went still. Eyed is alive. Alive and well. He has a student. He has a student. And he permitted you, an outsider, to kindle his style. He said it was already in me. He only helped me find it. That," Heizuno said slowly, "is a thing he used to say to me when I was 14. Very well, I give you half credit. Second question, have you used it in aggression against another magical being?" "I hit a pillow very hard, and a training plank, nothing else." A pillow, the corner of Heizuno's mouth twitched. "You are telling the truth. Interesting. Third question, and this one matters, Mr. Potter. Have you, since manifesting, accepted any offer of alliance from a man named Jugrin? Number, have you accepted any offer of alliance from a woman named Sonia Luger?" "I haven't accepted any alliance from anybody. I'm 16, I go to school." "You have, I am told, accepted instruction from her." "Instruction is not alliance. My headmaster invited her. I study with her because he asked me to. I haven't signed a pact with her. I haven't taken her name. I haven't even agreed with everything she says. I call her Sonia because she told me to." Heizuno looked at him a long moment. Then she turned her head exactly to the mouth of the alley and spoke past Harry. "Sonia." "Heizuno," Sonia answered from behind. "Are you listening?" "I am. He is telling the truth. He is. He is your student and not your possession. He is. You understand that if he were your possession, we would have an obligation in accordance with the old agreement. I understand. I will be telling my Oakata-sama that you are to date within the letter of the agreement. I will be honest. You know I will be." "I know." Heizuno turned back to Harry. She smiled for the first time. It was, to Harry's surprise, not a cold smile. It was tired and bright and carried a kind of weary affection, as if Harry were a distant cousin she had not expected to have to be polite to but was now enjoying. "Mr. Potter, fourth and final question." Akata stepped back a pace. Akata stepped back a pace. "When we leave this alley and you walk home and the evening comes, will you, in your heart, side with those who protect or with those who take?" It was a strange question. It was a stranger question because Harry felt, behind his eyes, the pressure of the sharing and stir without his calling it. He felt his vision sharpen, one infinitesimal fraction, and he actually saw, the threads of intention that lived in the air around the flame Hashira. They wound away from her in two directions. One bright strand went behind him, toward Sonia, and Sonia's was a kind of stern, heavy mother thread. The other, much thinner, went upward and south, past the roofs of Hogsmeade, toward a distant thing Harry could not identify, a thing that felt, when his sight grazed it, like a mountain, a rope, a sword, and a small old man sitting under a cherry tree with his eyes half closed. He understood, suddenly and without any step of argument, that Heizuno was asking him two questions at once. Where would he stand? Yes. But also, did he know yet what kinds of protect and take men in a world where those two words could mean half a dozen things each, and families had spent centuries disagreeing about which mouth the words came out of? He answered slowly. "I'll side with whoever does not try to take other people's children," he said. "Even if the children are older. Even if the children are strangers. Even if the children are no relation to me. And I won't call anyone who does that a protector just because they flatter me about my bloodlines." Heizuno inhaled. She held the breath. She exhaled. "Good answer," she said. "Thank you." Akata sheathed the thought of the sword he passes. "Yes, ma'am." "I will not," Heizuno said, "be visiting you again, Mr. Potter. My family will be watching, but at a distance. You will, however, from time to time, feel the smell of hot resin in your nostrils. When you do, you will know we are nearby. When we are nearby, we are not there to hurt you. Unless," her eyes sharpened, "you decide at some point that bloodlines and borrowed dignity give you the right to take another's child, in which case we will be the last thing you ever see." "I understand." "Good." She turned to go. Akata, at her shoulder, turned with her. And in the instant before they disappeared, just as Harry had begun in his ribcage to relax, just as his hearth had begun to ease back to a steady hum, something happened that none of them had planned. From behind the cover of a chimney stack on the roof above the alley, a second figure moved. Harry felt it. Sonia felt it. Heizuno felt it. Akata, very fast, was already turning. But Harry, whose sight was, in that one instant, entirely open, entirely awake, saw, with a sudden awful clarity, the path of the blade the figure was throwing. Not at himself. Not at Heizuno. Not at Akata. At Hermione. The knife turned over in the air once. It was a small, clean, beautiful piece of steel. Its trajectory was perfect. It was going to take Hermione Granger, who had done absolutely nothing to deserve it, through the soft place under her jaw, and Harry had in that instant one of three choices. Pratigo, too slow. Shield her with his body, too far. Heilig fail, not ready. He did instead the thing he did not know he could do. His Sharingan flared. Something behind his eyes tore. A searing, perfect heat punched through his head, from his left temple, down behind both eyes, out through his right temple, and something that had been sleeping in the deepest part of his eyes opened fully, and everything in the alley, including, critically, the knife in the air, slowed. It did not stop. It slowed. Harry moved. He moved faster than he had ever moved in his life. He covered the distance between himself and Hermione in what, to him, felt like a long, lazy step, and to everybody else was a single blurred motion. He put himself between the knife and Hermione's throat. He did not raise his wand. He did not raise a shield. He caught the knife. He caught it by the blade. His blood vein, imperfectly hardened, imperfectly drilled, hardened just enough. The blade bit into the flesh of his palm, but not to the bone. He closed his fist around it. Time returned. Hermione stumbled back a step. Ron had raised his wand reflexively, without aim, at the rooftop. Sonia, at the mouth of the alley, had already sprung onto the roof above, and there was, a heartbeat later, the sound of a very brief, very final struggle, and a small blue-white cross rose above the rooftop and hung in the air for a moment and then was gone. Heizuno and Akata, at the far end of the alley, had turned and were watching Harry. Heizuno's face was, for the first time, openly shocked. Akata had taken an involuntary pace forward. Harry, blood on his hand, knife in his fist, stood between Hermione and the empty rooftop. His eyes were burning. His left eye in particular felt as if someone had lit it from within with a small candle and the wick had caught. Hot tears ran down his cheek on that side. When he blinked, the tears were red, the same red he had cried that first day in Roll's classroom, only thicker now, and he could feel, behind the left eye specifically, that a new shape had unfurled. Not a simple three-pronged wheel any longer. Something more complex. Something that curled and branched and that would, he realized without any understanding of how, never close again quite as easily as it had done before. "Mangekyo," Heizuno said in a voice of real, genuine awe. "He has opened the mirror." "What?" Hermione whispered. "He has opened the second stage," Heizuno said. "Mr. Potter, you have just paid an enormous price to save her life. Do you understand?" "I don't care." "You will care." "Not today, ma'am. Not today, I won't." Heizuno looked at him a moment longer. Then she bowed. It was a small, clean, formal bow from the waist. Akata, beside her, bowed likewise. "You will be welcome," Heizuno said. "At the foot of our mountain when the time comes, we will discuss this. Until then, go home. Your people are here. We have no further business in this alley today." "Thank you." "Don't thank us yet." They were gone. One moment they were in the alley, the next they were not. A faint trace of hot resin hung for a heartbeat in the air, and then it, too, was gone. Sonia dropped from the rooftop without a sound. Her face was grim. She crossed to Harry in 3 long strides, took his wounded hand, examined it, and wordlessly drew across it a small line of blue-white light that closed the cut. Then she looked up into his eyes. "Harry," she said, "close them." "I can't." "You can. I will help. Close them." She laid one cool palm on his forehead, the other, briefly, over his left eye. He felt something very gently unwound, not the eye, not the Mangekyo, but the fierce, ragged edge of his exhaustion peeled back like a sheet of ice lifted off a window. His vision blurred with ordinary tears. He closed his eyes. He opened them. The Mangekyo was gone. His eyes were, he could tell, ordinary green again. His head throbbed. "What did I lose?" he said, rough-voiced. "We will talk about that tonight," Sonia said. "For now, assume you have lost an hour a day for the rest of your life to tiredness. That is the lightest cost. There may be more. Usually there is more. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Do you regret it?" "Number, good. Then you are mine. Let's go home." They walked back to the castle slowly. Master Ide met them on the road, no longer pretending to be asleep, with his flute across his chest and his face pleased and thoughtful at once. He said nothing the whole way. He walked at Harry's shoulder. On the long walk back from Hogsmeade, Harry found he could not quite close his left eye cleanly. There was a faint flicker under the lid, a twitch, a tiny film of pressure, as if something small and bright were trying to open and being told, over and over, quietly to rest. He kept his left hand pressed gently against his cheekbone as he walked. Hermione had her arm through his right. Ron was on the other side, carrying Harry's scarf for no reason except that he could not bear to walk unburdened beside a friend who had bled. "He threw that knife at you, Hermione," Ron said at last, when they had been walking in silence for 10 minutes. His voice was not loud. It was not quiet either. It sat at the exact register he used when he was genuinely afraid. Not Harry. You, I know, Ron. Why you? To hurt him, Hermione said, tipping her head very briefly toward Harry. Hurting him directly costs too much, bloodlines, treaty, everything. Hurting the people he loves is a cheaper trade with the same effect. They tried it already, Ron said. Last year, in the department. Yes, Hermione said. They're going to keep trying it. It's the one lever he hasn't figured out how to armor. It's also, incidentally, the reason you are going to take your Bloodline lessons very, very seriously starting tomorrow morning. Sonya's agreed to teach you. She told me in the alley while you were staring at Harry's hand. You're in. Don't argue. I wasn't going to argue. Good. I was going to say thank you and cry a little bit. Cry in your dormitory. In public, you are a war-hardened veteran. Yes, ma'am. Sonya, walking a little ahead, snorted without turning around. Master-eyed, walking a little behind, laughed, a small single chuckle like a stone dropped in water. Harry managed, eventually, a question. Hey, Zuno said I'd opened the mirror. What does that mean? It is, Sonya said over her shoulder, the second stage of your eye family's sight. In the first stage, you read motion. In the second stage, you see illusions, casting them, breaking them, and in certain rarer cases, changing the conditions of the things you look at. Your new shape is particular to you. No two are ever the same. It is also, in all known cases, a response to a specific moment of grief or fear. For you, her voice did not change. It is a response to almost losing her. Is it permanent? The shape is permanent, the use is not. You have a budget. Every use of the Mangekyo costs you a small piece of the eye. Too many uses will blind you. I do not yet know your budget. It will depend on how clean your first unsealing was. Yours was clean. That is promising. We will test over time. How much time? Not today. Sonya. Not today, Harry. He let it go. He let his head tilt slightly to the side so that the cold air of the walk could run across the still-burning eye, and after a while it helped. Halfway back, Harry felt, suddenly, clearly, a familiar cold metal signature move. It was no longer at the edge of the forbidden forest. It was in Hogsmeade. It was leaving Hogsmeade. It was moving very fast southward along the ground on foot, and it was no longer alone. There were 2 more signatures with it, thinner and newer, and Harry understood, with the intuition that had been growing in him for 6 weeks, that these were the 2 travelers from the 3 broomsticks, and that the person on the roof had been a 4th, and that there was a whole small network of them here, and that they were, for the moment, retreating. He told Sonya. She nodded without surprise. They did what they came to do, she said. They watched the test. They watched you pass it. They watched you open your second eye. They reported to my brother. He will be, her mouth tightened, pleased. Pleased. He is not angry that you are more powerful, Harry. He is delighted. He believes every new manifestation brings you closer to him. He will read today's events as a gift. He would. He would. Dumbledore was waiting at the castle gates. He had a hand on the stone pillar. He was very still. Miss Granger, he said softly, you are unhurt. I am unhurt. Mr. Weasley. Fine, sir. A little shaken, a little furious. Sir, you said 3 days. Why 3? Because that, Dumbledore said, is the minimum time required for the 4 signatories to convene on neutral ground under the old rules, and because it is also the maximum time I am willing to let my brother, forgive me, Sonya, your brother, continue to hold Miss Ardley. 3 days, not 4. The treaty as written gives us that window. I intend to use every hour of it. Mr. Weasley, I have a great deal of work for you, starting tomorrow if you are willing. I'm willing, sir. Good. Tomorrow morning, 6 sharp, my office. Miss Granger, you as well. Harry, you with Snape, then Sonya, then Master-eyed, then me. You will be tired by dinner. You will be more tired by breakfast the day after. 3 days. We have 3 days. Yes, sir, the 3 of them said in unison without planning to. Dumbledore's mouth quirked. Gryffindors, he murmured. Reliable as the weather and twice as wet. Harry, I'm fine, sir, I'm tired. Yes, you will be tired for several days. Come, all of you, come. We have a great deal to discuss, and I have at last found the treaty. You will want, I think, to see it tonight. Harry stopped. The treaty, sir. Yes, Harry, the old Bloodline treaty. The one I have been hunting in my own library and in 4 others for 6 weeks. It was never in a library. It was, as it turns out, in a drawer in my own desk, placed there by my predecessor a century ago, in a box I had been meaning to open since my 2nd year as headmaster, and had, shamefully, not opened. I found it last night. I have been reading it since. It concerns you, Harry. It concerns, specifically, a boy born with 5 bloodlines and the duties and protections owed him by every signatory family still in existence. There are, I am told, 4 remaining signatories. 3 of them know you exist. One of them is about 2. How old is it, sir? 1,000 years, Harry. 900 or so, I should say, allowing for creative dating by the scribe. It predates, slightly, the founding of this school. It predates, certainly, the statute of secrecy. It belongs to a world that has almost entirely been forgotten, in which a handful of families who knew themselves to be, in essence, a distinct species from the ordinary wizarding population, chose, this is the part that always astonishes me, not to rule, not to fight for dominance, not to eat each other. Instead, they wrote a treaty. A very short, very beautiful treaty, in which they promised, mostly, to keep each other's children alive. It is, I sometimes think, the best piece of magic the Isles have ever produced. The best piece of magic, Harry repeated. Yes, legal magic, Harry, is real magic too. Do not forget it. Laws written with enough sincerity by enough signatories acquire a power of their own that makes wands look cheap. That is why my brother, yours, Sonia, is being forced to play by its rules. Not because he respects them. Because the rules themselves, written right, can enforce themselves, at least for a time, even on him. Which one doesn't know, sir? Harry had been quiet for a long moment, thinking of Bridget Mallow asleep in her mother's arms, and of Celia Ardley in a small room with no window, and of Omar Patel weeping in the hospital wing over his own mother's 2nd name. He had been thinking also of the particular word sincerity, and how Dumbledore had said it without embellishment, as if it were a load-bearing stone in a wall he had spent his life shoring up. He had been, in fact, realizing that he had quite possibly also been shoring up that same wall without knowing, for 6 years, what he was building. The one who does not live in this world, Harry, the Shinigami, the vocation. It does not sign treaties because it does not treat with the living in the way the others do. It simply comes when its time comes. And its time, he looked at Harry very carefully, may be coming sooner than I had hoped. Come, inside. We will read together. Tonight you are family. Bring your friends. They went inside. In the headmaster's office, on a clear desk by candlelight, Harry Potter sat with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other, and Sonia behind him and master-eyed beside her, and Professor McGonagall across from him, and Dumbledore at the desk, and together they read, line by line, a treaty that named him, not by name, but by description, the inheritor of the 5. His name on the last page had been written that morning for the first time in Dumbledore's own hand, in an ink that had already dried. Harry read it aloud, once, slowly. Be it known. The treaty began, in a Latin Hermione translated in quick whispers, to all remaining signatory families and their heirs in the Western Isles, here named specifically the Uchiha Accord, the Saiyan Right, the Breathing Concord, the Quincy Compact, and the Presider's Company, that upon the manifestation, in any one natural-born child of Britain, of the confirmed marks of 3 or more signatory lineages, no signatory family shall claim sole right of instruction, stewardship, or blood debt from the said child. The child shall, from the hour of manifestation, be held as the common ward of all signatory families equally. No family may compel the child's movement. No family may compel the child's marriage. No family may compel the child's combat. Any family found in violation of this clause shall forfeit, to the child's chosen guardian, the same value in goods, service, or blood as was compelled from the child, the determination of such value resting, at the child's majority, solely with the child themselves. Beautiful, Hermione whispered. Legally beautiful. It is, Dumbledore said. The single most elegant instrument of its kind I have ever read, and I did not write it, and neither did any headmaster of this school. It was written by a council of 5 in the year 902 at a conclave on an island that no longer appears on any map. 4 of the 5 signatories' descendants still honor it. One, regrettably, does not. Jugrin, Harry said. Jugrin. Because if the treaty holds, he can't take me, he can't even order me. He cannot even demand that you visit. You will have noticed that so far he has only sent messages. He has appeared only at my door, not at yours. He has dispatched only agents, not himself. That is because he knows the treaty. He is choosing the thinnest possible reading of it. He is hoping, very specifically, that you will, at some point, refuse instruction from your own guardian, me, and at that moment, invite him, of your own free will, into the gap. Do you understand? He's waiting for me to be angry at you. Yes, sir. I will not give him that gap. I know you will not, Harry. I also know that you will some nights be furious with me, and I would like to assure you now that those furies are permitted. I have earned a number of them. What I ask is only that you do not, in those furies, mistake a man who has kept things from you for a man who wishes to take things from you. They are still different things. Yes, sir. Sonia, behind Harry, set her hand lightly on his shoulder. Master-eyed beside her, said nothing at all but patted Harry once on the other shoulder, and then went back to standing like a rock. McGonagall was reading the document through a second time herself, very carefully, with her lips moving. Professor, Hermione said in her clearest voice, there are 4 signatories still active. 3 of them are here in this room, directly or by association. Sonia for the Quincy, Master-eyed for the breathing. Professor Dumbledore, you, as Harry's chosen guardian, serving as the de facto representative of the Shinigami line, although Harry himself is the signatory. Who is the 4th? Dumbledore smiled very faintly. You are the sharpest mind at this table, Miss Granger. Please do not stop being it. Professor, the 4th signatory family, the Uchiha line, is thought to have died out in the male line some 150 years ago. There are, however, surviving female line descendants. I have begun inquiries. They are slow. The line is famously private. I expect to hear back within a month. In the meantime, Harry, he looked straight at Harry, your sight was not given to you by accident. You will find when we find them that they have been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for me. For any Potter. For any descendant of any of the 5 who carried their mark. They have been keeping a watch for almost 2 centuries for exactly this. They do not, as a rule, intervene. They do, however, keep faith. I expect when we meet them that they will offer you a token and a name. Nothing more, but that will be enough. Ron, who had been mostly silent for the whole reading, said quietly, That's a lot of dead families all turning out to be not quite dead. Yes, Dumbledore said, it is. It is one of the reliable truths of old families. They are rarely gone. They are merely very quiet. Harry set both hands flat on the desk. He looked at the page. He looked at his own name, black and dry on the thick old parchment. Then he lifted his head. Sir, what do we do tonight? Tonight we sleep. Tonight, for the first night in several weeks, we sleep well. Because, Harry, Dumbledore allowed himself a very small, tired smile. Tomorrow the treaty is invoked. Tomorrow I will send formal notice to all 4 signatory families. Tomorrow, for the first time in a century, a conclave of the 5 will assemble. Not here. Not at the castle. At a place Miss Granger will certainly wish to read about, which I will not name. The signatory families will meet you. They will extend their protections, or they will not. And my brother, Sonia, will be furious, Sonia said. Will be furious, and will at last be forced into the open. Sonia's face did not change. Good. Good, yes, now bed, all of you. Before they went, Snape came in. He did not knock. He did not apologize for not knocking. He came through the door in the particular way he always came through doors, looking, somehow, as though the door had opened in his path rather than he had opened the door, and he stopped just inside it and did not sit down. Albus, Snape said, Severus, you have invoked the treaty. I have. The conclave will be in 3 days. Yes, the boy will attend. He will. I will attend as well. Dumbledore's blue eyes flicked to Harry. As the presider's representative, Severus? As such, Snape said. He looked at Harry for the first time directly. His black eyes were utterly unreadable. Mr. Potter, I see you have had a busy afternoon. Yes, sir. You have used your new sight without a teacher. There wasn't time to ask, sir. Number there never is. Snape's mouth moved a fraction. It might, Harry thought, very nearly have been the ghost of a smile. Mr. Potter, the vocation you have manifested, the fifth, is not, as the headmaster has told you, a family. It is a duty. I have carried that duty imperfectly for some decades. I will, as of tonight, begin to teach you. You will not enjoy it. You will not thank me. You will, however, at some point in the next year, stop dying of small things you should not be dying of, and you will understand at that point why I bothered. Is that agreeable to you? Harry looked at him. He looked at the long, hooked face, the cold black eyes, the stained sleeves, the mouth that had never in 6 years said a single warm word to him. Yes, sir, Harry said. That's agreeable. Good, Snape nodded once. Tomorrow, after your Bloodline, my office, bring nothing but yourself. Yes, sir. Snape looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded once. Snape was gone. The door had closed behind him without, Harry was fairly sure, having been touched. Ron blew his cheeks out. Hermione looked, for 1 second, as though she had been vindicated by a distant astronomer about a calculation she had done on the back of an envelope. I told you, she whispered to Harry. I told you first. Oh, be quiet. Both of you go to bed, Dumbledore said mildly. Now, they went. At the doorway, Harry paused. He looked back at the desk. The treaty lay open. His name lay dry. Dumbledore had not moved. Sir, Harry said. The girl, Celia Ardley. I know, Harry. Will she, the conclave will require, as a show of good faith, that Jugrin release all hostages. If he refuses, the conclave is dissolved and the other 4 signatories are obligated to take action against him. He will not refuse. He cannot. He is very, very bad, Harry, and he is not stupid. She will be home by the end of the week. Alive. Alive, I will stake my own name on it. Thank you, sir. Good night, Harry. Good night, sir. In the dormitory, Ron was already asleep by the time Harry came in. Harry undressed slowly. His left eye throbbed dully behind its lid. The small silver cross in his pocket was warm against his fingers when he took it out and set it on the nightstand. The whistle was cool. The folded note from Hermione, when the moment comes, you will know, was smudged along its crease from how often he had touched it in the alley. He lay down. The tail, companion as ever, curled around his ankle. He thought before sleep, I have a family. I have 4 families. I have 5. And none of them can keep me, and none of them can own me, and all of them, maybe, can love me. It is, in the strangest way, the first time in my entire life I have ever been offered that. He slept, and for the 2nd night running, did not dream. The tail dozed. The hearth at the bottom of his ribs glowed, banked low. The cross on his nightstand caught faintly, a ray of the moon coming through the window, and held that small, steady, silver light all night, as if it had been put there expressly to keep watch while the boy who had passed its test finally allowed himself to rest. Across the country, in a small stone house on the Sussex Downs, a tall man in a pale gray coat read, by candlelight, the formal notice he had, an hour before, been delivered. He read it once. He read it twice. He folded it. He set it on the table. He laughed once, not a nice laugh, and reached again for the small silver cross at his throat. 3 days, he said to no one. Well, very well. 3 days of training, 3 days of waiting, 3 days of whatever tender scheming the old man thinks will clothe his boy in the stuff of gods. 3 days, then, my sister. 3 days, my cousin's boy. 3 days, old man. I shall make them count, and I shall make at the end of them an offer no 16-year-old who has ever been hungry will be capable of refusing. Chapter 4 end. Chapter 5. The Devil's Inheritance. The 3 days before the conclave were the hardest training Harry had ever done, and they were hard in a shape he had not seen coming. The first day he spent with Snape. Snape's office was exactly as Harry remembered it, and somehow not. The same dim lamplight, the same shelves of jars, the same smell of old ink and older potions. But the chair had been turned, the second time Harry entered, to face him rather than away, and Snape, when Harry sat, had said only, "Close your eyes. Breathe. Do not try to cast anything. Listen. Listen to what, sir? To the room. I will speak. You will not. I do not want you to agree, and I do not want you to argue. I want you to sit with what I say and see if it is true in you, and later, if it is, you may tell me. Much later, when you have stopped being a boy who needs to impress me." "Yes, sir." Snape had spoken for an hour. He had spoken about sitting with the dying. He had spoken about the terrible, specific uselessness of promises at a bedside. He had spoken about the temptation, when he had, he said in the driest possible voice, indulged once or twice himself, to tell a dying person what you believed they wanted to hear. He had spoken, without naming her, about somebody he had sat beside who had been dying of a thing that was mostly his fault, and about how the discipline of the vocation had required him, at the moment of her death, to tell her not any comforting lie but the small, precise truth of what he had done, and about how she had, at the last, forgiven him, which was not, he said. The point, forgiveness was her gift to give, not his to earn, but had nevertheless happened, and about how he had, from that moment forward, been, by the standards of the vocation, its bearer in Britain. Harry had sat with his eyes closed and his hands flat on his knees and had, toward the end, felt tears slide quietly out from under his lashes. He had not wiped them. Snape had not mentioned them. At the end of the hour, Snape had said, "We will do this again tomorrow, and again the day after, and then for the rest of your life once a week unless circumstances intervene. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Do you consent to the discipline?" "I consent, sir." "Good, get out of my office." The second day he spent with Sonia and Master Ide together, which was, Harry discovered, an interesting experiment. Sonia insisted on sitting discipline. Master Ide insisted on moving discipline, and between them they had designed, without appearing to discuss it, a 2-hour session in which Harry sat absolutely still while Master Ide threw small stones at him, and in which Harry was required not to dodge and not to shield, but to harden his blood vein exactly and only at the moment of each stone's impact. Any earlier, Sonia said, was waste. Any later was injury. At the precise moment, between one breath and the next, the discipline would hold. It took Harry 45 minutes to catch his first stone correctly. It took him 5 minutes to catch the next. It took him 1 minute to catch the one after that. By the end of the session, he was breathing easy, hardening at the right beat every time, and Master Ide, with a small, delighted grin, was throwing 2 stones at a time. "You are a nightmare," Sonia said, when Harry had caught 4 stones in a row in 4 different places on his body without flinching. "You are my brother's worst nightmare. You have in 8 weeks learned more than I learned in 8 years. Do you understand how dangerous that is?" "It's what I have to do. It is also what sets him salivating. He will watch you, Harry, and he will hunger. Every time you leap forward like this, he will hunger. I want you to slow down. I don't know how. I know, that is my fear." The third day was the worst. The third day was the day Harry's bloodlines fought each other. It had begun as a dream. He had woken, around 4 in the morning, sweating, with the hearth in his chest going like a blacksmith's forge and the Sheringan trying, behind his eyes, to force open without permission, and the Saiyan tail curled rigid and bristling around his waist, and the Quincy cross on his wrist burning, and deepest of all at the base of his throat, a fifth, unfamiliar, quiet pressure, a presence that said nothing, but that was clearly awake, watching the other 4 from somewhere just behind his sternum. Like an elder brother watching his young siblings fight over a toy in the garden. He had stumbled to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. It had not helped. He had tried to breathe in the pattern Master Ide had taught him. The hearth had warmed and the candle had steadied, for perhaps 10 seconds. Then the Sheringan had surged again, demanding to be opened, and the Saiyan tail had stiffened, and the Quincy cross had burned hotter, and his body, in the small, cold bathroom under its single low lamp, had begun to shake. It was, he realized, a fight. They were fighting. The bloodlines inside him had decided they disagreed about something. about what he was going to be, probably, when the conclave came, and they had begun, each in its own tongue, to push for primacy. He sat down on the bathroom floor and put his head between his knees and could not, for a long and terrible minute, remember his own name. He remembered his mother's name. He remembered his father's name. He remembered Hermione's name, and Ron's name, and Dumbledore's name. He remembered, somehow with special clarity, the name of Mrs. Figg's ginger cat, a small animal named Snowy he had not thought of in 5 years. But his own name had been taken from him for a handful of seconds, and in its place was a roar, and in the roar there were 4 voices, and they were all arguing. Then, into the bathroom came Hermione. She had not, he later learned, been allowed into the boys' dormitory. She had, as far as the castle was concerned, not been there. She had been in the girls' dormitory. She had, in the way of certain kinds of people who love certain kinds of friends, sat up in bed at 3:57 in the morning with absolute certainty that something was wrong, and had, in defiance of several school rules and at least one magical enchantment, walked through a wall that ought not to have let her through, and had come to the bathroom, and had, without saying anything, sat down beside him on the cold stone floor. She had taken his hand. She had laid his hand, palm up, on her knee. She had put her own palm flat on his palm, and she had said quietly, "Harry." The roar had not stopped. "Harry," she said again. "It's me." The roar had slackened slightly. "Harry James Potter," she said, in a voice that sounded entirely ordinary and entirely firm. "You are 16 years old. You are in the bathroom at Hogwarts. You are sitting on the floor next to Hermione Jean Granger. Your best friend is across the corridor snoring. Your tail at the moment is wrapped around my ankle, which is cold, and I would appreciate if you told it to stop. Your headmaster is in his office. Your godfather, the memory of your godfather, is in your locket, which you still wear, even if you think I don't know, and which is warm against your chest right now. Listen to my voice. You are Harry, you are Harry, you are Harry." The roar dropped another notch. She did not stop. She said his name. She said his parents' names. She said the names of his friends. She said the names of his teachers. She said the names of Neville's gran and Ron's brothers and Ron's mum and Luna's father and Hedwig. She said, in order, every street name between Privet Drive and King's Cross. She had memorized them. He realized, at some point, for reasons of her own, and then every platform number at King's Cross, and then the list of the 13 uses of dragon's blood, and then the periodic table of wizard elements, including the ones that were not in the periodic table of muggle elements, and somewhere around Moonite she had begun humming instead, a song Harry recognized, dimly, as something his mother had once hummed to him in a kitchen that smelled of apricot jam, and the roar, stopped. The 4 voices inside him, in some language not his, had fallen quiet. The 5th voice at the base of his throat had said, clearly in English, "Thank you, that is enough for tonight. We will try again tomorrow." Harry had opened his eyes. His cheeks were wet. Hermione's cheeks were wet. Ron was standing in the bathroom doorway in pajamas, barefoot, looking as if he had come to find them and had not wanted to interrupt. "You all right, mate?" Ron said, which was the only thing he could think of to say. "Yeah," Harry said and meant it. "Yeah, I'm all right." "Good, that's yeah, good." Ron's, "Yeah, get a blanket please, I'm freezing." "On it." Ron brought the blanket. He brought 2. He draped one over Harry and one over Hermione. Then, because he was Ron, he sat down on the bathroom floor beside them and leaned his back against the tub. They stayed there until the sky outside the small, high window went gray. Hermione, at one point, fell asleep with her head on Harry's shoulder. Ron, a little later, fell asleep with his head on Harry's other shoulder. Harry did not sleep. He watched the sky turn. He thought, "I have been told by many people many times that I am the chosen one. I have never in my life believed it. Tonight I believe for the first time that I am somebody something. Not the chosen, a chosen brother, a chosen friend, a chosen son, a chosen cousin, a chosen student, a chosen inheritor. It is a better word. It is not a title. It is, thank you, Hermione, a direction. I will face it." He thought, a year. The The year that Jugrin will give me once he demands his claws. I will use it well. I will use every hour of it. I will become, in that year, the Harry Potter this conclave of old families has decided, against all probability, to see. At dawn, he woke his friends. They slipped back into their dormitories. He watched Hermione go up the stair to the girls' rooms, and she paused at the bend in the stair and looked back at him and smiled and did not say anything and went on. He understood, then, the name of the thing Snape had been talking about. It was love, probably. It was also, more exactly, presence. Showing up, sitting on the bathroom floor, not looking away. The vocation, it turned out, was very simple. It was almost embarrassingly simple. The family, it turned out, was simply the people who did that for you again and again. He realized, been part of one for years. The day passed. Classes. A lunch he barely tasted. An afternoon of preparation with Dumbledore in which the old man, with surprising gentleness, walked Harry through the formalities of conclave, the stones, the bows, the thresholds of speech, the clauses, especially the small, unspoken, older ones that were not written in any book but lived in the marrow of how the families behaved toward each other when they had last seen each other a century ago. At tea, Harry had asked, not without trepidation. "Sir, Clause 16. Dumbledore had looked up sharply. His tea had rested untouched on its saucer. "Clause 16, he said slowly. "What do you know of it?" "I read the treaty, sir, last night. Hermione had borrowed it from your desk." "I'm sorry." "Number good, yes, good. Harry, tell me what worries you about Clause 16. "I'm worried Jugrin is going to cite it." Dumbledore set down his teaspoon. "Yes, I am worried about that also, Harry, and I did not wish to tell you. Now I am glad you have told me. Sit with me a little while and I will tell you what I expect." He had told Harry. He had told him about the clause, and about what the refusal would cost, and about what the acceptance would cost, and about how, in the last century, the clause had been cited exactly once, against the inheritor of a very old Mediterranean family, and about how that inheritor had, at the end of her hour, returned changed, not broken, not controlled, but changed, as if a room in her had been rearranged without her permission, and about how she had, 3 years later, on the day of her majority, elected to take her own life. "Sir," Harry said, "yes, I am going to refuse the hour if he cites it. I am going to refuse the hour. Yes, I am going to take the year. Yes. Is that what you would recommend?" Dumbledore had been silent a long time. His blue eyes had looked at Harry and looked and looked. "Harry," he said at last, "the day you stop asking me to recommend things to you is the day I will know, for certain, that you are grown. Until that day, I hope you continue to ask me. I hope, however, that when my recommendation is wrong, you will refuse it, and that you will refuse it in peace, without needing me to have been a villain to justify the refusing. Today, my recommendation is, refuse the hour, take the year. I agree with you." "Thank you, sir." "Don't thank me yet, Harry. The year will be its own country. You will live in it. I will help you pack." That night, the night before the conclave, Harry slept for the first time in 12 hours. He slept dreamlessly. He woke at dawn to the smell of snow in the air and the sound of Ron in the next bed, already awake and polishing his wand. Hermione, when he came down into the common room, had all 3 of their cloaks folded over her arm ready. "Let's go," she said. They went. The conclave had been convened at an island the maps had forgotten, which was, as far as Harry understood, the sort of island you reached by taking a small wooden boat out onto a lake on a moonless night, and rowing while thinking, very specifically, about the name of your maternal grandmother. He had practiced thinking about Lily's mother for 3 days in preparation. He still was not, in any ordinary sense, sure he was going to be able to find the island. The boat was tied up at a small stone jetty on the far side of the Black Lake, at an hour when the stars above Hogwarts were just the first pinpricks of light beginning to come through a long, dark, cold December sky. The lake itself was glass. Not even the giant squid had surfaced. Harry stood with Hermione on one side and Ron on the other. Dumbledore's terms had been, in the end, that he could bring his chosen company, and he had chosen his friends without even a breath of pause, and behind them, Sonia and master-eyed, and behind them, Snape, hands folded in his sleeves, eyes half closed, looking as if he had been carved from the same cold stone as the jetty. Dumbledore stood at the prow of the boat. He was not, to Harry's astonishment, wearing a hat. It was the first time Harry had ever seen him without one. His white hair in the starlight looked like a very thin, very stubborn fire. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "you will row, if you please. The island recognizes the bearer. I will steer." Harry rowed. He was not especially good at rowing. He had never rowed a boat in his life, but he had spent 6 weeks learning in his body how to commit an action without getting distracted by his own thoughts about the action. And so, after 2 uneven strokes, he fell into a rhythm, in with the left, in with the right, push with the shoulders, not the arms, and the boat glided. He thought, while rowing, about his mother's mother, whose name was Rose, and whose face he did not know, and whose voice he had heard once in a dream, telling him, in a kitchen that smelled of apricot jam, that he was going to be taller than his grandfather, who had been taller than his great-grandfather, who had been taller than every man on that side of the family since the word tall had meant anything at all in that particular valley. The fog came in. The stars went out. When the fog cleared, they were at a different jetty. A different moon hung overhead, fat, round, a nearly full moon weeks off where it should have been, and the island behind the jetty was a small dome of close-mown grass with a stone circle at its center. 6 stones, not 5. 5 standing, 1 laid flat at the center like an altar. The extra stone was Harry's own. Dumbledore had explained on the walk down to the lake. It had always been there. It had been waiting. In the stone circle stood already 3 figures. The first was Sonia. She had somehow gotten here before them. She had changed her clothes. Gone were the cloak and the traveling coat. She wore a long, simple white garment with the 5-pointed cross stitched in silver thread on the left breast. Her hair was down. She looked, for the first time in Harry's acquaintance with her, younger than her age rather than older. The second was a woman he had never seen before. She was short. She was ancient. She wore a plain black robe embroidered at the hem with a repeated motif of a fan, the Uchiha fan. Her hair was gray and braided. Her eyes, as she watched them approach the circle, were open, alert, and red. Not the red of exertion, the red of her bloodline. She had, Harry realized, been holding the Sharingan open, politely, at the first stage, as a courtesy, the way an ambassador might hold a flag visibly on first meeting, so as to be identified without question. The third was Heizuno, without Akata today. She had come alone. She wore the same woven flame robes he had seen in the Hogsmeade Alley, only these were more formal, longer, cleaner, with a stiff straight obi of dark red silk, and her hands were empty. She inclined her head when Harry stepped into the circle. She did not bow. It was not a beau occasion. It was something else. And the fourth, Harry did not see the fourth until Dumbledore stepped into the circle himself and stopped and placed, gently, one hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "Severus, the chair." Snape stepped into the circle. He did not take a chair. He took, instead, the flat stone at the center. He sat on it cross-legged, with his long, thin hands folded in his lap. Then he simply bowed his head, and to Harry's private astonishment, waited. The fourth representative, Harry understood slowly, was, at this conclave, the presider himself. And the presider, by the terms of the ancient treaty, did not speak on its own behalf. It was held during conclave by its nominated mortal bearer who spoke for it. Snape had just become, publicly, that bearer. Snape was the formal representative of Harry's own bloodline. Harry looked at him sitting on the stone, head bowed. He understood, suddenly, why Snape had never been able to explain any of it in 6 years and why Dumbledore had never let him. "Brother," Sonia called. Jugrin stepped into the circle. He had not come, Harry realized, through fog. He had not come by boat. He had simply, in the way of those who had spent a long time not being seen, been already here, had been here the whole time, on the grass beyond the stones, watching, patient as a cat. And now he stepped in through the gap between 2 of the upright stones and stood, tall and pale, in the same pale gray coat Harry had seen in his dreams. He was handsome in a deeply uncomfortable way. His face was Sonya's face, but longer, thinner, less open, with a small, permanent, half-amused twist at the right corner of the mouth. His silver-gray hair was cropped close. His eyes were pale blue and very clear. He wore at his throat the same 5-pointed cross as his sister, but bigger, heavier, set in a dark and somber silver. He looked at Harry, only at Harry, for a long moment. He did not look at Dumbledore or at Sonya or at the Uchiha matriarch or at Heizuno or at Snape. "At last," he said quietly. "Sir," Harry said. "Ah," Jugrin's mouth twitched. "Sir, you are polite. Sonya warned me very well, sir. It will do for today." "Brother," Sonya said again, in a voice that had gone very cold. "Enough. I have said one word. You have said 20 words and we have not begun. Take your stone." He took his stone. There were 5 around the circle, Harry realized now, 1 for each family. Jugrin took the southernmost. Sonya took the northernmost. Heizuno the eastern. The Uchiha matriarch the western. Snape, in the center on the flat stone, did not move. Dumbledore, at the edge of the circle, had stepped out. So had Harry's companions. All of them stood beyond the ring of stones, now, and the 6, 5 standing and the 1 on the flat, were the only speakers. "Mr. Potter." The matriarch's voice was the first to address him directly. Her English was beautifully accented, soft at the edges. "My name is Mikoto. I am the eldest living Uchiha in the Isles. I am honored to meet you. I have waited a long time. I will speak briefly because I do not like to bore old people, and I am one. Your eyes are ours. When you return to the castle, I will send you a box with a single black, lacquer-stemmed fan in it. You will not use it. You will keep it. If in your lifetime you ever find yourself in a moment where you need a family that you do not have, open the fan. A voice will come through it. It will be me. If I am dead, it will be whoever is eldest by then. We will answer. That is our extension of the treaty's protection to you. Do you accept?" "I accept. Thank you, ma'am. Call me grandmother if you like when the letters come. It would amuse me." "Yes, grandmother." Mikoto's mouth moved, a small, pleased smile, and she sat down on her stone. Heizuno spoke next. "I have made my greeting already in a small alley, Mr. Potter. I will extend the same again here with formal blessing. The breathing is yours. You carry hearth. It is not precisely a recognized substyle of flame. It is newer. It is yours. I hereby permit you to develop it without interference from my family, and to teach it if, at some later date, you wish to any descendant of yours who inherits it. In return, I ask only that you never apprentice a student of ours without our knowledge, and that, should you ever stand on a battlefield against a fellow practitioner of the breathing, you offer them, first, the customary 3 breaths of warning so that they may choose honor over ambush. Do you accept?" "I accept. Thank you, ma'am." "You are a very good boy, Mr. Potter. It pains me that I may yet have to kill you if you become, one day, a bad man. I'll try to spare you that, ma'am." "I would appreciate it." She sat. Sonya spoke next. Her voice, when it came, was softer than Harry had ever heard it. "Harry, the Quincy blood in you is thin. It is real. It is mine, through my father's youngest brother, who once, during an unfortunate year of his youth, fell in love with a Welsh witch on a walking tour and did not tell us. You are distantly my blood. You are therefore family. The treaty requires me to say that. I was going to say it anyway." Jugrin, across the circle, made a small noise in his throat. Sonya ignored him. "I offer you," she continued instruction. "I offer you, on your request, refuge. I offer you, if it ever comes to it, a ride out of the country on a night when you require one. I offer you, upon your majority, the right to wear the 5-pointed cross publicly, should you wish it, as one of our own. Do you accept?" "I accept. Thank you, Aunt." She sat. She did not smile. Her eyes were bright. The presider on the stone raised his head for the first time. Snape's eyes, Harry saw, were black as ever but had gone very still. "Mr. Potter," Snape said in his familiar dry voice, "the vocation does not extend blessings. The vocation extends only duty. You have manifested its signs. I, as its current bearer, am required to train you. You are required to train. Do you accept?" "I accept, sir. Mr. Potter." The vocation requires further that when the time comes, you will, without flinching, sit beside any dying creature, magical or not, friend or foe, and bear witness to their last breath. You will not look away. You will not promise them what you cannot deliver. You will offer them if they ask the truth, and if they do not ask, silence. This is our work. Do you accept? Harry was quiet a long moment. I accept, sir. Good, said Snape, and almost inaudibly, your mother would be pleased. Harry's throat closed. He nodded once so as not to be ungracious and did not answer. And me, Jugrin said from the southern stone. His tone was the tone of a man watching a play whose ending he had already decided to enjoy. Brother, Sonia warned. My offer, Mr. Potter, Jugrin said as if she had not spoken. Come with me, tonight. Bring no one, bring nothing. I will teach you in 1 month what this council will teach you in 1 year. I will unlock in you the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th aspects of your eye. I will unlock in your blood the part of the Saiyan inheritance that does not come out only under the moon. I will give you, in short, everything your lineages want to give you but have been told, by small, pinched people, to give you only slowly. Everything they have withheld, I will offer. Everything they have cautioned against, I will unlock. You will not be a boy any longer by New Year. You will be a king. I'll pass, Harry said. Jugrin smiled without moving anything but his mouth. I had to offer. The treaty requires it. The treaty requires me as a signatory to extend once publicly my hand to the new manifested child. Thank you for refusing. It makes the next clause cleaner. The next clause? Harry asked, wary. The treaty, Jugrin said, and here, for the first time, his voice got a little louder, a little colder. The treaty, which you have all cited lovingly for 3 days, contains a clause that you have all very politely not cited. Clause 16. Allow me. He reached into his coat. He brought out a scroll. He opened it. He read. If, at the conclave of 5, a signatory family finds itself in disagreement with the balance of the signatories as to the welfare of the inheritor, and can produce a blood challenge witness from among the inheritor's own line, that family may, by right, claim a single additional trial of stewardship, a private interview of 1 hour's duration, in a place of the signatory family's choosing, at which the inheritor must be present alone. The results of this trial shall not be binding. Refusal of this trial by any party, however, including by the inheritor, shall cause the treaty, as applied to that signatory family only, to be suspended for a term of 1 year. Jugrin looked up. He smiled. I produce my witness, he said. Bring her in. From the edge of the circle, stepping out of the dark, came a figure. At first Harry did not recognize her. Then he did. Then he wished he had not. Bellatrix Lestrange. Thin. Clean. Dressed, for once, in something other than rags, in a simple black gown, with her dark hair bound in a severe braid. Her eyes, which in all of Harry's prior memory of her had looked like 2 cracked coals, were here, for this meeting, steady, sober, present. The hand she rested on Jugrin's arm as she stepped into the circle was small and white and steady, and wearing a single ring that matched, in design, the cross at Jugrin's throat. Harry's aunt by marriage, Jugrin said. She is not, Sonia said, sharp as a cut wire. She is. By the old black line, she is. The black line, 3 generations back, married into a minor cadet branch of my own house. The records are, I grant you, obscure. My cousin Marchbanks has helpfully pulled them up. You will find them in triplicate in the ministry archive by Monday. She is of my blood, which means she is, through me, of his. Therefore she qualifies as a blood challenge witness from his own line. This is disgusting, Sonia said. It is legal, Jugrin said. It is disgusting and legal, Heizuno said. Quite, Mikoto added. Nevertheless, Jugrin said. The clause stands, I demand my hour. Mr. Potter, it is your choice. Refuse me, and the treaty, as applied to my family alone, lifts for 1 year. I am then free for that year to act as I wish. Come with me for 1 hour alone, and the treaty remains whole. You decide. Harry stood very still. He felt, inside his ribs, the hearth flare. He felt, behind his eyes, the Sheringan ask, quietly, like a dog at the door, whether it was needed. He felt at his throat, where the silver cross hung beneath his shirt, a small heat. He felt at the base of his spine, the tail tense, not panicked but ready. He thought about Hermione's note. When the moment comes, you will know. You will want to try for the win. Do not. Get us out." He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore did not move. Dumbledore did not speak. Dumbledore, at the edge of the circle, simply watched him with eyes that were very tired and very steady, and in those eyes Harry saw, clearly, the old man refusing to make the choice for him. He looked at Hermione. Hermione was white to the lips. Her hand was in her pocket. She met his eyes. She did not say anything. She did not have to. He looked at Ron. Ron's jaw was clenched. Ron's hand was on his wand. Ron, too, said nothing. He looked at Snape, who had not raised his head from the flat stone. He thought for one long second about what it would mean to go with Jugrin for an hour, about what Jugrin would try, about what he, Harry, was already in his bones strong enough to resist, about what he was not yet strong enough to resist. He thought about Celia Ardley. He looked last at Sonia. She was weeping, silently, without changing her face. The tears ran down from her eyes and collected at her chin and fell, and she did not wipe them. She was weeping because she knew, he realized, what he was about to say. "I refuse," Harry said. Jugrin's head tilted a hair. Bellatrix at his side smiled a small, slow, hungry smile. "I refuse," Harry said again. "The treaty as applied to your family is suspended for 1 year. I accept the cost. I do not accept your hour." "Mr. Potter." "No, sir, I am 16, sir. I am not equipped to sit in a room alone with you for an hour. I know that, you know that. That is why you wrote this clause into the treaty, 900 years ago or whenever your ancestor did it. Because boys of my age are not, as a rule, equipped to sit alone with men like you, and you like the odds. I am refusing the odds. You are giving up," Jugrin said softly, "a great deal of protection. I am giving up the protection my family of signatories was going to offer me specifically against you. I am not giving up anything else. The other 4 families, I note, remain my family. They remain under the treaty. They remain my protection against you. I'd rather have 4 than 5 when the 5th is you. Mr. Potter." "Sir, you are, I will say," Jugrin's mouth did its twist, impressive. "I regret having to kill you." "Try it," Harry said, "and the other 4 will have a clause of their own to cite." Jugrin looked at him. Harry looked back. He did not flinch. Behind his eyes, the Mangekyo did not open. He did not need it to. He was, he realized with a small, strange surge of something almost like peace, not afraid. He was angry and tired and clear and not afraid. "Very well," Jugrin said. 1 year, until the next solstice. Between now and then, Mr. Potter, I will not raise a hand against you. I will not raise a hand against any of yours. That is the law. That is also not the point. The point is what I do at the solstice when the suspension lifts. You have a year, use it well." He turned. He swept his coat. He bowed exactly once to his sister. The bow was not kind, and he left the circle. Bellatrix remained a moment longer. Her eyes were on Harry. They were steady and clean and terribly, terribly sane. "Little Potter," she said. "Madam," Harry said. "I have been," she said, "a great deal worse than I am tonight. I may again be. But for this hour, Mr. Potter, I was clear. My master lent me back to myself so that I could stand here for him. You should know that. When I am not clear, when you meet me out there, in a field, in a corridor, it is not because I wish to be unclear. It is because he has taken me and unmade me, and will do so again. When you cut me, cut cleanly. I don't intend to cut you at all, madam. Oh, little Potter." Her mouth curved. It was a real smile. It was the saddest smile he had ever seen. You will, and I thank you in advance for doing it cleanly. He is not, after all, with us tonight. That, too, is your mercy." "Who? Another year," she said. "Another year." And she was gone, stepping backward out of the circle, and the dark took her. The silence that followed was long. Snape did not lift his head. Sonia's tears kept falling. Heizuno looked, for a heartbeat, older than she had looked all evening. Mikoto's old red eyes were dim. Dumbledore, at the edge of the circle, exhaled once slowly. "Conclave dissolved," Snape said, in a voice that cracked only a little. "The treaty stands, save for the clause pertaining to the House of Jugrin. The terms of the child's protection by the remaining 4 extend unbroken. Mr. Potter," he lifted his head at last and looked at Harry, "is witnessed, is accepted, is ours. "Is ours," the 4 signatories said in unison from their 5 stones. Harry, standing on the grass in the very center of the circle beside the flat stone, dropped to one knee without planning to. He had not meant to. His legs had, very suddenly, decided he was going to. He knelt on the grass with his hand on the flat stone beside Snape's knee, and he shook. Not visibly, just in the chest, just in the lungs, just in the place where he had, for the last hour, held himself still as stone. A hand on his back, Hermione, another hand on his shoulder, Ron, a third, dry and thin and strange, on the back of his neck. Snape. Snape was, Harry realized with a distant, hysterical pulse of hilarity, touching him. Snape was steadying him. Snape was whispering so low that only Harry could hear, "You did well. You did well. Your mother would be..." And Snape did not finish the sentence, but Harry heard the unfinished end of it and for the first time did not hate the man. He bowed his head. He wept a little. Nobody said anything. Afterwards, on the boat, with the fog wrapping itself around them and the stars beginning, slowly, to come back, Hermione sat pressed against his left side and Ron against his right, and Dumbledore steered at the prow, and Sonia rowed in Harry's place because he was done rowing for tonight, and nobody spoke for a very long time. Finally, as the jetty of the Black Lake came into view, Ron said, "Well, that was the worst wedding I've ever been to." Harry laughed. It came out wet. He couldn't help it. He laughed. Hermione laughed too. She sobbed a little and then laughed. Sonia at the oars permitted herself, Harry could see it, even from behind, the smallest, driest smile. "A year then," Dumbledore said from the prow. "A year, it is enough, it is not much, it is enough." Tomorrow, he turned, and his face in the faint starlight was younger than Harry had ever seen it. "We begin the real work. Welcome, Harry, to your family." Harry, between his friends, did not answer aloud. But the hearth in his chest answered for him. It burned once small and bright and settled. Far to the south, in a large and empty house that no longer knew any owner worth its bricks, a pale, thin man with no nose read the report a pale, thin woman had brought him. He read it twice. He did not, in any way, move his face. When he was done, he folded the report in quarters, set it in a basin of clean water, and watched it dissolve. "Bella," he said eventually, "my lord." He refused. He refused, my lord. He did not refuse me, he refused the Quincy. My lord, he refused everyone who is not his. "Ah," the pale man almost smiled. "Interesting. Tell me, Bella, is he now less available to us or more?" "My lord." She hesitated. She had been clear at the conclave, in a way she was very rarely clear. She tried, with some effort, to stay clear a little longer. "He is now more. He has just publicly severed the one protector who could have bound him body and soul against us. He has made himself, in the next year, the most hunted and least protected young wizard of his generation. He has traded 5 protectors for 4. The 4 who remain are powerful, my lord, but they are far, and they are slow, and they are not, by nature, swift to war." "Good," the pale man said. "Good, very good. A year to sharpen him. A year to watch him. A year to try," Bella, politely, through intermediaries, to place him within our reach, or if not within our reach, within a reach from which he can be encouraged to come to us willingly. He has, the report says, a disposition toward sincerity. Sincerity can be, he considered his word, leveraged. "Yes, my lord. We shall not move on him hastily. We shall not repeat the errors of his 5th year. This is a boy with apparently 5 bloodlines. 5, my lord, yes. And an instinct, apparently, for the treaty. He is worth a longer view. Instruct our inside at the ministry to continue as she has been. Instruct our friend at the castle to keep his distance. Let the boy come into his year as he will. The weight of what he has taken on will, in time, tell. A child with 5 inheritances, Bella, is not truly a child. He will bend under the weight. When he bends, he will bend our way, or he will bend another way. Either is useful. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." "And Bella," "My lord. You were clear for him tonight." "I was, my lord." "You will not be next time. I have need of you unclear. We have work." "Yes, my lord." "Go," she went. She wept once, quietly, in a corridor with no witness. Then she put away the clear version of herself gently in the small, locked room inside her she had built for the purpose and returned to her work. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. The Savage Crown. The year that Jugrin had purchased for himself was the longest year of Harry Potter's life, and at the end of it, the shortest. The first months had gone as Dumbledore had promised they would. Slowly, steadily, laboriously. Harry had trained with Snape on Mondays. Harry had trained with Sonia on Tuesdays and Fridays. Harry had trained with Master Ide on Wednesdays. Harry had trained with Makoto, by letter, and through the small black lacquer fan she had sent him, on Thursdays. Harry had studied, in whatever hours remained, the formal Treaty of the Five, and the dozens of supplementary protocols written across the centuries by scribes whose names were mostly forgotten, but whose hands Harry had, by the spring, begun to recognize. Every scribe, Hermione had said, developed a particular little swoop to their lowercase g, and Harry had begun, after a while, to know them by their swoops. The school had, in the interim, survived the year better than Harry had expected. Marchbanks had filed her pending report, as promised. A second interviewer had indeed come, 3 weeks later, as promised, a thin ministry man in brown who had been, as promised, nastier than she had been, Dumbledore, politely, had dismantled his instruments with rather more spectacle the second time, in front of witnesses, and the interviewer had been called back to the ministry, and no third had been sent. The IMI had filed, instead, an internal review pending investigation, which, Hermione had said, was Latin for "we are afraid now and we are going to wait." Roll had not returned to Hogwarts. A new defense against the dark arts professor, cheerful and very bald, had come instead. Celia Ardley had, as promised, been returned to her mother on a winter morning not long after the conclave, walked, alive and unharmed, out of a stand of trees near Ottery St. Catchpole by a man in a pale gray coat who had bowed to her once politely, and had left her at the village bakery with a small bag of biscuits, and had been gone by the time her mother came running. Omar Patel had, after a long recovery, returned to keeping for Ravenclaw. His flat stare had, if anything, grown flatter. Bridget Mallow had transferred to Beauxbatons in the new year. Her mother, Dumbledore had said quietly, had required it. And through all of this, distantly but clearly, Harry had felt, in his risey sense, Jugrin's small network of cold, metal signatures moving around Britain. They did not approach him. They did not harm him. They watched him from a careful distance, and they watched, more carefully, the people he loved. Occasionally, one of them would come close enough that Harry would feel it pass, at the edge of a street or a village, and would nod, inwardly, and the signature would nod inwardly back, and the two of them would acknowledge one another, like two dogs being kept on leashes by masters who did not, at the moment, want them to fight. Spring came. Summer came. Harry took his NEWTS, and to the great astonishment of no one, did better than he had ever done on anything. Ron, perhaps more astonishingly, did nearly as well. Hermione did the best in the year. "I would have had even higher marks," she said crossly, over breakfast one morning, "if I hadn't spent 300 hours of my revision time on bloodline treaties nobody is going to examine me on." "Those 300 hours saved your life," Ron said. "Multiple times. I know they did. I am allowed to be furious about that and grateful for it simultaneously. It is a dignified position." "You are," Ron said, "a dignified person." Hermione had snorted, but she had also, Harry had noticed, not disagreed. There had been, in the middle of the year, a bad night. Harry did not like to think about it even months later, but it had, in its own cruel way, been the turning. It had begun, on a Sunday in February, with a letter. The letter had come by an ordinary school owl. It had been written, Hermione had determined, on an ordinary sheet of ministry letterhead. It had said, in careful, unsigned prose, that Bridget Mallow's mother had been dismissed from her Wisengamot liaison post, that Omar Patel's father had been audited, that Celia Ardley's family home had been subject to an inspection of no finding, and that, if Harry were to consult his own conscience, He might wish to reflect on whether his insistence on continuing to be unusual was a cost that was, at present, being paid entirely by his friends. The letter had not had Jugrin's handwriting on it. It had not. Hermione had concluded after 3 hours with a magnifying glass, been written by any hand Harry had ever met. It had, however, been authorized by someone deep in the ministry. The ink blots on its margin, Hermione had said, bore the faint gold of a seal that only a very senior department head could impress. It had taken Harry 40 minutes of sitting very still in Dumbledore's office, with the letter face down on the desk between them, to understand that the letter was not wrong. "Sir," he had said finally, "it's true, what it says. It's what's actually happening to their families." "It is, Harry, yes. Some of it, not all of it. Some of it is exaggerated. The audit of Mr. Patel's father is genuine. The dismissal of Mrs. Mallow is being reversed, quietly, by the interim undersecretary as we speak. The inspection of the Ardley home was a department fishing expedition that found nothing. The letter is designed to look worse than it is, and to appeal to a very particular muscle in you, and to see if that muscle twitches. It's twitching, sir. Yes, I can see that it is. Sir, it's fair. I have been, my friends' families have been. Harry. Yes, sir. Tell me precisely what the letter is asking you to do. Read it again if you must. Tell me precisely." Harry had read it. He had read it twice. At length he had said, "It's not asking me anything, sir. Number it is suggesting. Suggestion, Harry, is not request. A request can be answered with a yes or a number. A suggestion is meant to live inside you and grow. The letter is designed specifically to make you do something on your own initiative, so that the person who wrote it never has to be identified as having asked you. It is what an honest person would call a setup. Do you see?" "I see. What is the setup?" "The setup is, I start negotiating with Jugrin on my own. I start making private concessions to him. I stop telling you about it." "Yes. And once I start, I cannot stop." "Yes, sir. What is your answer to the letter, Harry?" He had sat with it for a long moment. He had looked at the small, flat, cream-colored page on the desk. He had thought of Hermione sitting with him on the bathroom floor. He had thought of Ron dragging blankets. He had thought of Makoto's black lacquer fan on his bedside table. He had thought of the quiet voice at the base of his throat, which had in that instant said only, "Harry, your call, always, we're with you." "My answer," Harry had said, "is number, and my other answer is I tell everybody, including Bridget's mother, including Omar's father, including Celia. I write to them all tonight. I tell them this letter was written. I am refusing to do what it wants. If my refusal hurts you, I am sorry. If my refusal hurts you, and you nevertheless consent to continue knowing me, I will owe you a debt that I will spend the rest of my life trying to pay. If my refusal hurts you and you would rather not know me, I will respect that, and I will withdraw without arguing. I am not entitled to keep people as friends who have paid too high a price for the keeping." Dumbledore had, for a very long moment, not spoken. "Write your letters," he had said at length. "I will see them delivered. I will add, by hand to each one, a postscript of my own, a small line, apologizing on my own behalf for not protecting them better than I have. They will be, I suspect, kinder to you than you expect. People often are. That is the difficulty, in fact, of being offered their kindness. You will wish at times you had not been. You will feel at times that you do not deserve it. You will never deserve it. That is the point of it. It is given because it is given." "Yes, sir. Go, write. Do not show me the letters first. Let them be yours." He had gone. He had written. He had sent the letters by Hedwig in multiple trips over the course of a long night. Bridget Mallow's mother had written back the next morning with a simple note that said, in a small round hand, "Harry, we are fine. Do not stop. Bridget says the same. She says she is glad you are in the world. She says she would rather live in a world with you and your difficulties in it than in a world without them. So would I write again next month, please? Mrs. Mallow." Omar Patel's father had written a kinder letter, a longer one, about a time he himself had been investigated by a ministry he had loyally served for 20 years, and about what had got him through it, and had closed with the observation that boys like Harry were rare and that rare boys were, by definition, inconvenient for the machineries of ordinary government, and that the country would sooner or later be glad he had been inconvenient, and that he, the elder Patel, was one of those already glad. Celia Ardley had not written, but her brother had, a Slytherin in the year above Harry, a boy Harry had barely spoken to in 6 years at school, who had said only in a short, precise hand, "She is well. Don't quit. Ardley." Harry had kept the 3 notes together, tied in string in the drawer of his bedside table. He had looked at them on bad days for the rest of the year. By the week of the solstice, the day on which the year of suspension was to end, Harry had grown. He had grown, literally, 4 inches over the course of the year, to his ongoing astonishment, and he had grown in other, less measurable ways. His Sheringan now opened and closed without tearing anything. His Mangekyo, when he unfolded it, cost him less. He had, under Makoto's patient instruction by post, learned to throw small, controlled illusions with it, a shadow where none should be, a ripple in the air at 50 paces, a simple glamour on a door. His Heilig fail under Sonia's drilling could now be fired in rapid volleys, 12 at a time, each one landing exactly where his eyes settled. His Bloodline was, by midwinter, invisible under his skin even at full hardness. His breathing style, his hearth, had developed, bit by bit, into a repertoire of 5 named forms. He had named them himself with Master Ide's approval. First form, hearth kindled; second form, ember breath; third form, banked coal; fourth form, firelight walk; fifth form, household flame. Each one Master Ide had said gravely on hearing the names was a true name. They fit the boy. And at the base of his throat, the 5th inheritance, the Shinigamis had at last begun to speak in words. Small words, quiet words. It had taken months of Snape's training to let them come at all, and more months still to let them come in a way Harry could understand. But it had come. It lived in the small, warm space just behind his collarbone, and its voice, when it spoke, was the voice of someone both very old and very young, and it called him affectionately by his first name. On the morning of the solstice, Harry woke at dawn in Gryffindor Tower, and the voice at the base of his throat said, "Gently, Harry, today." "I know," he whispered. Good. He got up. He dressed carefully. He had, over the past month, with Hermione's help, assembled a set of clothes that was neither robe nor muggle coat, but something else, a long, dark blue coat that fit close at the shoulders, with a high collar, a pair of stout traveling trousers, and a simple pair of black boots he had broken in over the spring. At his throat, he wore the silver cross. On his left wrist, he wore a plain leather cuff that concealed, among other things, a small black lacquer fan. On his right wrist, he wore a simple silver band that, Makoto had instructed him, was a keepsake only, and should never be removed except at the request of a person he trusted completely. In his inside pocket, he carried Hermione's old note, folded, softer than paper by now. "When the moment comes, you will know. You will want to try for the win. Do not. Get us out." He smiled at it. He tucked it back. He went down to the Great Hall. Ron and Hermione were already there. So was Dumbledore, though he was not at the staff table. He was seated for this morning only at the Gryffindor table, a teacup in his hand and a small dry smile on his face, as if he had decided for one breakfast to be briefly a student again. "Good morning," Dumbledore said. "Morning, sir. You slept." "I slept." "Well, yes, sir." "Good, eat. Whatever you wish today may happen. I would prefer it not happen on an empty stomach." They ate. Ron, by habit, ate for 3. Hermione, by habit, ate for half. Harry, somewhere in between, ate with the focus he had come to bring to all meals, because his body these days was a machine he had spent a year learning to maintain, and fueling it was part of that maintenance. At 9, a dark owl arrived. It did not come into the hall. It perched on the window ledge outside with a rolled message tied in dark blue silk, and it tapped once on the glass and waited. Harry rose. He walked to the window. He opened it. He took the message. The owl regarded him with one round eye, bowed its head a proper bow at the neck, and flew away. He unrolled the message. It read in Jugrin's long, clean hand, Cousin, the year is over. I will come for you at sunset. I come alone. You will come with whomever you wish. The location is the stone circle of the conclave. The island has been waiting. It is by the treaty neutral ground. I will not lie to you. I will not flatter you. I will fight you. I will, if permitted, kill you. You will have 1 year's training to answer my 40. I consider this a fair fight. The courtesy is yours. Give my regards to your headmaster. J. Harry read it twice. He checked the silk tie on the outside of the scroll. Dark blue, single knot family weave. He checked in the hand the particular inward curl of the letter C in cousin, which he recognized from the letters Jugrin had sent through intermediaries at intervals across the year. The hand was his. The scroll was genuine. He passed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore read it. He passed it to Hermione. Hermione read it. She passed it to Ron. Ron, to his credit, read it twice before speaking. Well, Ron said, at least he's polite about it. Harry, Hermione said, yes. I want to come with. Yes, I'm not asking. Number I wouldn't let you anyway. She looked at him. Back. Thank you, she said softly. Dumbledore had been quiet, turning the note in his fingers. He looked up. Harry. Yes, sir. I will be on the island with you, so will Sonia. So will Mikoto if she is willing. So will Heizuno if we can reach her in time. So will Severus. We do not need to fight him, and by the treaty we may not fight him. He is a fellow signatory who has reserved his right of challenge against you alone. But we may stand at the stones. We may watch. We may witness. We may, his eyes flicked to Harry, if he breaks the terms of his own challenge act. What terms would he break, sir? If he brings a second, if he brings any weapon made by another hand, if he strikes while you are down, if he names at any point during the fight a family member of yours he is going to harm later, any of these voids his challenge, we are present to enforce that voiding if it occurs. Otherwise, Dumbledore let out a breath. Otherwise, Harry, this is yours. I know, sir. Good, sir. If you fall, Dumbledore said mildly, we will carry you home. If you win, we will carry you home. Either way, you come home today. Eat. They ate more. They left for the Black Lake at 4. At sunset, late sunset, because it was the solstice, and the sky stayed light long after the sun dipped below the tree line, they rowed out. Harry rowed. He had gotten, in a year of training, very good at rowing. The fog came as before. The island appeared as before. The stones were there. The moon was there, early and low over the trees on the eastern horizon, fat and white, though not yet quite full, a day off, Harry noted, for which he was grateful. Jugrin had been too careful of his timing. The Saiyan inheritance today would not have to be fought for. Jugrin was at the island. He stood alone in the middle of the stone circle, on the flat central stone, with his long pale coat and his short silver hair and his small constant amusement at the corner of his mouth. He was unarmed. He did not carry a wand. He did not carry a sword. He did not appear, to the ordinary eye, to be dressed for a fight at all. Harry stepped into the circle. Behind him, outside the stones, Dumbledore, Sonia, Snape, Master-Eyed, Mikoto, come from wherever she lived, a small bright-eyed figure wrapped in a plain black cloak, and Heizuno, come from her mountain with a straight black lacquered scabbard at her hippie, stood in a silent arc. Behind them again, at the edge of the grass, Hermione and Ron waited, wands drawn but not raised. "Cousin," Jugrin said. "Sir," Harry said, "it has been a year. It has. You have grown. I have not. I know, sir." Jugrin's mouth moved. "Are you ready?" "I am, sir. No terms. One. Speak." "If I win," Harry said, "you do not come at me again, not ever, not through your people, not through the ministry, not through the Death Eaters, not through anybody. You leave me, mine, and this island, and you do not return. If you refuse that term, I refuse to fight." Jugrin was still a long, very long moment. "I accept," he said. "And cousin, my own term, if I win, you come with me, alive, breathing, unrestrained, for 1 year, training of my choosing. At the end of the year, you are free to return to your life. I accept. Then we begin." They began. There was, for one held second, a stillness. Harry and Jugrin stood 10 feet apart in the center of the circle, and neither had yet moved. The witnesses outside the stones held their breath. The sunset, pouring in over the trees, painted the grass with long, low gold. The stones themselves seemed to lean, a little inward, as if, over 1,000 years, they had seen enough of these kinds of moments to develop opinions, and had collectively an opinion of this one. Then Jugrin moved. He moved. Even to Harry's trained eye, Jugrin was, for the first 2 seconds, simply a blur. He crossed the space between them without seeming to have taken any steps. Harry instinctively engaged. Sharingan, on first stage, full width, the world slowed. Jugrin, mid-blur, resolved into a man in motion, with the exact path of his intended strike painted ahead of him in ghost lines of intention. Harry read them. He sidestepped. Jugrin's open hand, bare no weapon, went past Harry's face so close Harry could feel the draft, and something cold and heavy in the draft, as if the hand itself were made of risey so dense it had gone physical. Harry fired. Heilig fail, small and clean at close range. Jugrin did not dodge. He intercepted with a single finger. He caught the arrow on his fingertip. He flicked it away. "Good," he murmured. "Small, disciplined, my sister has taught you well." "Thank you, sir." Harry moved. Mangekyo on left eye. He could not, under his year's training, yet use the Mangekyo constantly. It still cost him dearly, so he used it in flickers. Half a second open. A second closed. Half a second open. In each half-second of opening, he threw a small illusion, a shadow behind Jugrin, a sound of footsteps to his left, a false Harry behind his back, not to trick him, but to steal from Jugrin's mind those fractions of a second in which the man's head turned. His eyes flicked. His attention was divided. In each of those fractions, Harry moved. Bloodline on, skin hardened, he closed with Jugrin, he struck. Hearth kindled, first form. The punch went with the breath. The heat went into the knuckle. The knuckle went into Jugrin's ribs. Jugrin grunted for the first time. He moved, blurred again, but Harry had read the blur now, and where Jugrin intended to reappear, Harry was already. Ember breath, second form. A sweeping kick with heat trailing off the heel. Jugrin parried it with both palms, and the heat passed through, as the Hashira's knife had passed into the oak plank that first time Harry had fired a Heilig fail, and left, on Jugrin's crisp pale gray sleeves, 2 small black scorch marks. "Good," Jugrin said again, and this time there was no amusement in it. This time there was only assessment. "Very good." He vanished. Harry closed his eyes, let them. Instead he reached with risy sense. Jugrin was behind him, 6 feet up, falling, a clean vertical drop onto Harry's head, from which, if Harry did not move, Harry would not rise. Banked coal, third form. Harry burst upward instead of dodging sideways, a compressed inversion of the usual banked coal motion, in which the breathing user let themselves sink under the opponent's strike. Harry, in banked coal inverted, rose up into the strike, Bloodline hardened, shoulder first. Jugrin's incoming palm met Harry's rising shoulder with a sound like a large door slamming. Harry stayed up. Jugrin went backwards in the air, caught himself on one of the standing stones, and stopped. His coat had a tear at the shoulder where Harry's rise had caught him. Jugrin looked down at it. He looked up. He smiled. It was the first real smile Harry had ever seen on him. It was, to Harry's genuine astonishment, delighted. "Ah," he said, "cousin, sir, you are going to make me work." "Yes, sir." "Good, then let us stop being polite for a moment." "Yes, sir." They fought. There is a reason that fights like this, fought between men who have been training too long for anything polite, do not appear in the records of ordinary wizards. The records of ordinary wizards have no vocabulary for them. A ministry auror would have described, and misdescribed, what followed as a series of exchanges of unusual intensity, with no clearly attributable spellwork. An ordinary witness, had any been watching outside the circle, would have seen a blur punctuated by sudden, violent, brightly colored stillnesses. Sonia and Dumbledore and the rest, all of whom had been trained to see it, watched through it with the grim patience of people watching a surgery. Hermione, for whose benefit Harry was, in one corner of himself, attempting to still be stylish, could not quite watch at all. She watched and looked away and watched again in small surges. It was, even in Harry's memory, patchy. The Sharingan, turned on for long sequences, had recorded an enormous amount, of which only a small amount had been filed in any way his ordinary mind could retrieve. Harry could not, afterwards, remember most of the middle of the fight. It had gone too fast. He remembered, in fragments, a moment when Jugrin had opened his palm and produced a thing that looked like a bow made of risey, pure and white, enormous, and had fired a single Heilig Faelish arrow the size of a lamppost at Harry, which Harry had, at Hermione's scream of warning from outside the circle, dived under, rolled through, come up behind. A moment when Jugrin had done something with his voice that had made Harry's ears ring for 10 seconds, and Harry had, in the ringing, drawn the Mangekyo up for a full second and thrown a compressed hallucination of a vast tiger behind Jugrin, and Jugrin had, for a critical quarter-second, turned to look, and Harry had closed the gap and struck. A moment when Jugrin had grabbed Harry by the collar and hauled him off the ground and had begun to speak, and Harry had fired a Heilig Fail into Jugrin's wrist point-blank, and Jugrin had dropped him, laughing, a moment when Harry's Sharingan had started to bleed from the left. And Master-eyed, from outside the circle, had clapped his hands together once, sharply, and Harry's breath had corrected itself automatically to first form, and the bleeding had slowed. And then, nearly at the end, came the moment Harry had in his own private planning hoped for and dreaded. Jugrin, bruised, scorched, amused, stepped back a pace. He raised both hands, palms up. "I surrender," he said. Harry, every muscle tense, did not move. "I surrender," Jugrin said again. He was smiling. "Cousin, I surrender. You have fought me to a standstill, which is not what I expected and not what anyone watching expected. I cede. The match is yours. Come and take my hand. Let us, in the old way, clasp wrists and be done. Your term is accepted. I will never trouble you or yours again." Harry did not move. He heard, very clearly, the voice at the base of his throat say, "Harry, lie, do not step, do not step." He did not step. "Why do you not come forward, cousin?" Jugrin asked, voice soft. "I have surrendered. Would you cut a surrendered man? Is that what your vocation teaches you?" "No, sir," Harry said. "It does not." "Then come, clasp my wrist." "No, sir. No, you are lying." "I beg your pardon." "You are lying. You have not surrendered. You have a trap on your wrist. I can see the risey pattern in your cuff. It is a bind spell. If I clasp your wrist, I am bound. At which point you have not technically broken the terms of the challenge. I came forward willingly, and you did nothing violent, but you have captured me, and the treaty does not, as written, cover capture by deception. I read the treaty, sir. I read it very carefully." Jugrin was still a long moment. Then he began, very quietly, to laugh. "Cousin," he said, "you are delightful." "Thank you, sir." "Sonia," Jugrin called, without looking away from Harry. "This nephew of yours is a menace." "Yes," Sonia said from beyond the stones. Her voice was dry. "He is." "I confess," Jugrin said, lowering his hands, "you have exceeded even my hopes. I did not truly expect you to catch the cuff. I had planned for a different kind of victory. You have denied me that victory." "Yes, sir." "Very well, then let us end without ceremony. Let us end as we began. One strike mine, one strike yours. Whoever remains standing has won. Agreed?" "Why," Harry said, "should I trust you to honor this?" "Because," Jugrin said, "my sister is watching, because the presider is watching. Because Mikoto, whose family, I will remind you, has survived us for a very long time because they have long memories, is watching. Because, cousin," his eyes glittered, "I am tired. You have beaten me. I would like to go home. One strike each." "Yes." Harry looked at Sonia. Sonia, after the longest moment, nodded. "Agreed," Harry said. "Yours first," Jugrin said. Harry breathed. He breathed in 4, he held for 7, he breathed out for 8. He closed the Mangekyo so as to have it in reserve. He hardened Bloodline to its fullest. He felt behind his sternum all 4 louder inheritances gather like students in a hall, and the 5th, the quiet one, step forward and ask, gently in its old young voice, "May I?" "Yes," Harry whispered. He stepped forward. He did not punch. He did not fire. He did not kick. He reached out instead with the open palm of his right hand, and something that had been coiled in him for a full year, something that had been waiting to be asked for, woke. Out of Harry's palm, slowly, came a sword. It was not a metal sword. It was not a risey sword, quite, not a heilig fail blade. It was a sword made of his own spirit, drawn up through him from the heels to the palm, made of whatever was at the bottom of him. It was not long. It was not showy. It was a plain, straight-edged short sword, perhaps the length of his forearm, with a grip worn to his hand, a blade like clean winter water, and on the pommel, embossed so faintly he had to squint to see it, the sigil of a pair of open hands, palms up. The Zanpakuto. It had come because he had asked. It had come because he had said yes. He set the edge of it gently against Jugrin's throat. He did not cut. "My strike," Harry said quietly. "Is this, I name you, in the old way, Jugrin of the House of Luger, signatory of the Treaty of the Five. I, Harry James Potter, bearer of the Presider's vocation, name you witness to your own surrender." Jugrin did not move. His eyes had gone very, very still. "You have come," Harry said, "for my blood. You have failed. You will go home now. You will not come again. You have sworn this on the treaty. I hold you to it. If you break it, I will come for you, not as a cousin, but as the Presider. I will sit beside you on your last day, and I will not flinch, and I will not promise. Do you understand?" "I understand," Jugrin said. His voice was, for the first time, tired. He looked for one instant like an old man. "Sheath my sword," Harry said to the Zanpakuto. The sword obediently dissolved back into him. His hand, empty, fell to his side. He stepped back. He breathed. He closed the door behind his eyes. He eased the blood vein. He relaxed the hearth to an ember. He let the tail, which had been coiled rigid behind his knees for the whole fight, uncoil lazily with a small audible sigh. Jugrin, still standing in the circle, inclined his head a full inch. "Cousin," he said, "you have won. I surrender without trap, without spell, cleanly before witnesses. I accept your surrender. Thank you. Please go home, sir." "Yes." He went. He stepped out of the circle. He paused once at the edge of the stones. He looked back at Sonia. "Sister," he said, "brother, I will see you, I expect, at some family occasion. Not soon. In time." "In time, brother." He was gone. The fog took him. The grass where he had been standing was, Harry noticed distantly, slightly charred at the center, where Jugrin's boots had been, as if his presence on this earth had been, after all, a thing this earth had been tolerating rather than welcoming. Harry stood alone in the middle of the circle. He wobbled. He did not fall. Hermione was across the grass and into the stones before anyone else had moved, and her arms were around him, and Ron's were around her, and Dumbledore had not quite run. But he had. For him, hurried, and Sonia was there, and master-eyed, and Snape, and Mikoto with her small cold hand steady on Harry's wrist, feeling his pulse, and Heizuno, unexpectedly, unsheathing the small plain katana at her hip and laying it flat across her palms and offering it, once briefly, toward Harry as a formal gesture of respect he did not understand but was too tired to ask about. "All right, mate," Ron was saying. "All right. All right. Can you stand on your own, Harry?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "I can stand. Can you walk?" "I can walk." "Then, with your permission, we will walk you home, not carry you. There is, I find, for a boy coming off a fight like this, a meaningful difference between the two." "Yes, sir, I'd like that." They took him home. On the boat, halfway back, with the stars full out and the fog thinning, Harry, his head on Hermione's shoulder, opened his eyes and found himself looking at the water. The water was very still. In it he could see, faintly reflected, his own face. His own eyes were ordinary green. His hair was its usual mess. The silver cross at his throat caught the starlight. He looked, he thought with a small, distant surprise, like a boy. Just a boy. 16 years old, finishing his 6th year, tired, scarred whole. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly from the prow. "Sir, it is over." "Yes, sir. For now." "Yes, sir, for now. There will be another day. He is not the last. You know who is and is not still out there. You heard Madame Lestrange at the conclave. You know who still comes." "I know, sir. But not today." "No, sir. Not for some months." "No, sir." Dumbledore's white head inclined. "Good. Then for tonight, rest. Tonight you are the boy who came home. Tomorrow you are the inheritor of the Five. I will, with your permission, reintroduce you to those two people at breakfast, and negotiate between them a schedule. Harry laughed. It came out small. Hermione squeezed his hand. Ron, on his other side, leaned his head briefly against his shoulder. "Thank you, sir." "Always, Harry, always." The boat reached the jetty. They stepped out. The castle, rising above them on the lake shore, lit with its 10,000 small evening windows, did not look, for the first time in a year, like a place that might at any moment ask too much of him. It looked, for tonight, like a home. He was the first to walk up the path. Hermione and Ron fell in on either side of him. Sonia and Master Ide walked a little behind, out of respect. Snape, in his customary way, made the walk seem shorter by being slightly ahead of everyone, without having walked any faster than anyone else. Dumbledore brought up the rear, hat now back on his head, hands folded inside his sleeves. In his inside pocket, Hermione's old note was warm. In his chest, the hearth burned low and steady. In his ribs, the Zampicuto slept. In the base of his throat, the quiet voice whispered, contentedly, "Sleep well, Harry." "I will," Harry said aloud. "Will what, mate?" Ron asked. "Sleep well." "Oh, good, yeah, me too, probably for a week." "Sleep well," Hermione said, to nobody in particular, "is a very nice plan. Let's all agree to it." "Agreed," Harry said. "Agreed," Ron said. "Agreed," said Dumbledore from behind them, and it was, for the old man, a small, almost playful word, almost like a child's word, and Harry turned his head to look back at him. And in the long twilight of the solstice, the headmaster was smiling properly for the first time in a very long year. They went inside. The great doors closed behind them. The castle, in the old way, took them in. Somewhere far to the south, a pale, thin man with no nose learned, by means of a pale, thin woman briefly clear again, that his long game had lost an early move. He did not in any way move his face. He said eventually, "Another year, Bella. Another year. Go to sleep." And unusually, he let her. Somewhere out in the night, a dark-robed man in a pale gray coat walked, alone, across a moor that did not appear on any map, carrying nothing, not even, for the first time in his adult life, a plan. He had been, he found, freed. He had been defeated cleanly by a 16-year-old in front of his sister and his peers, and he had, to his own considerable astonishment, survived it. He walked for a long time. At length, as dawn came, he stopped on a small grassy rise, and he sat down, and he watched the sun come up, and for the first time in 40 years he did not, in the watching, calculate. He simply watched. Somewhere, back at Hogwarts, in a bed in Gryffindor Tower, with the quiet voice at the base of his throat murmuring kind things, with his friends asleep in their beds in the same room, with a cross at his throat, and a sword at rest under his ribs, and a tail curled companionably around his ankle, and 4 signed treaties in a drawer of the headmaster's desk, Harry Potter closed his eyes and slept, and did not dream. The savage crown, someone had once called it. It fit him, in the end, lightly. He slept, in the end, 11.5 hours, and when he woke, he remembered, for the first time in many, many months, absolutely nothing of his dreams. At breakfast the next morning, Harry came down to the great hall later than usual. The post owls had already come and gone. On his plate, not beside it on it, sat a single small, cream-colored envelope. Hermione, across from him, raised her eyebrows. He opened it. Inside was a very small, very neat piece of parchment. The writing was Mikoto's. "Cousin," the note read, "a new fan will arrive by the end of the week. This one is larger. It bears 3 names. When you open it, speak any of the 3 and we will hear you. A child of your blood is welcome at our fire, and you are a child of our blood. Come to visit at summer's end if you can spare a week. Bring your friends. Bring the girl especially. We should like to meet her properly. Grandmother." Harry passed the note, wordless, to Hermione. She read it. She turned pink. She passed it to Ron. He read it. He grinned. "Right," Ron said. "I always wanted to meet a grandmother of an ancient warrior clan. Is there a dress code?" "Undoubtedly," Hermione said. "Brilliant, we're going." "We're going," Harry agreed, and he smiled, a wide, ordinary 16-year-old smile, and pulled a plate of kippers toward him, and began, as Dumbledore had advised him to do on many harder mornings, to eat. Across the great hall, A small, dry, familiar figure at the staff table caught Harry's eye, inclined its head the exact fraction of an inch it had inclined the morning after the conclave a year ago, and went back to a plate of porridge. Harry returned the nod. Severus Snape, Presider's bearer, returned to his porridge. They had, in the course of the year, not become friends. They had become something harder to name. Harry, for the rest of his life, would never have the right word for what had been built between them. He would not need the word. He would simply, when it mattered, know. Outside the great hall windows, the solstice sun, risen at last, washed the Scottish hills pale gold. Above the hills, the sky had gone the blue of summer rather than the blue of winter, a long, hopeful, slow blue, the kind of blue that said, "You have another year." And another, and another. Use them wisely, the sky said. Use them kindly. Use them all. And do not, cousin, forget to eat your breakfast. Harry Potter, inheritor of the 5, bearer of the Presider's vocation, chosen friend of 2, chosen cousin of 4 signatory families, chosen son of 2 parents he barely remembered and had, this year, finally begun to imagine, spread jam on a piece of toast and bit into it, and did not, for the first time in a year, think of any of his titles at all. Chapter 6 End.